1570 WBGX Harvey, Chicago.
WIIFTBP.
AM 1570 WBGX Harvey, Chicago.
WIIFTBP. WIIFTBP.
AM 1570 WBGX Harvey, Chicago.
WIIFTBP. WIIFTBP.
Tell them. May said, we want to know what's in it for the black people.
WIIFTBP.
AM 1570 WBGX Harvey, Chicago.
WIIFTBP.
AM 1570 WBGX Harvey, Chicago.
WIIFTBP. WIIFTBP.
Funeral expenses are costly. The Casket Store wants to help you save hundreds of dollars. You do not have to purchase a casket from the funeral home. Call now for a free in-home consultation. Call 773-445-6900. 773-445-6900.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality Black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe Black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of Black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
Hi, I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I'm running for U.S. Senate for the state of Illinois. I will never give up on inclusion and equality, prison reform, reduced property taxes, and economic opportunity for all. I want to get to know your neighborhood and the problem that you face every day. And I want to serve every man, woman, and child in the state of Illinois. A vote for me is a vote for you.
Paid for by Willie Wilson for Senate 2020.
You are listening to the most dangerous show in the morning. This is What's in It for the Black People Radio. Maze Jackson. Maze Jackson, the most vociferous advocate for Black people in the world.
What's in it for the black people? Cause economically we are not equal. Waking up to lies, can't doze no more. I told y'all this, that dangerous show. Don't go to church if you ain't trying to help us. Don't even try to be around and can't protect us. We see the lies of the politicians. We need money, no symbolism. It's Maze and Sonia and Ruthie and Todd explaining how we all come from God, giving us tools to beat the odds. If we're united, our movement gon' start. They ain't tryna help us, they ain't tryna do nothing. We gotta do something, we gotta stop running. It's time to confront the problem. Really, you expect your oppressor to solve us.
What's in it for the black people? All the lies we didn't heard before. Time to pay attention, you gotta some action with it on the count of three. Let's go.
Wake up, Chicago. Wake up, world. This is the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Todd Stroger. Todd, how you feeling?
Hey, Maze, I'm feeling great. Who's that person?
Well, really, I was going to say, could you hurry up? Could you speed it up? Because I was going to say, she's back in the building.
What's up?
Ruthie Moore back in the building, back on the set. What's up, kid? Where you been, man?
You know, just been out trying to save the world a little bit.
You know what I told y'all, Ruthie Moore, we said Ruthie Moore was probably dressed in a leather jacket with some camouflage and some combat boots, had a beret on.
Mm-hmm.
We said you couldn't go to Africa because you couldn't, you had to quarantine for a couple weeks.
I'm trying to tell y'all better stop saying that. I ain't trying to get on that list.
You know what? I don't trust the list. I'm not really trying to be on any list. Hey, shout out to my man Remy Steele. And Young Sage, Remy Steele and Young Sage on the new intro. It was funny because, Ruthie, you've been gone. We came back. I woke up. It was a inbox, and it was this song in there. And the next thing I knew, I was like, Proud to Be Black, which, by the way, has a remix that is off the chain.
Sonia, you got to email that to me.
You gotta ride in the car with it with your kids so you could be acting like you fresh and they could tell you lame, dad.
Babe, now you know Todd rides in a car, not a car.
No, Todd got an Econo Jeep. You know what I'm saying?
No. I come from the era of big car, a lot of gas. I'm all for it.
You know what? Me too.
Actually, I like electric car, but I want a big electric car.
You know what? Well, they're speaking of electric cars, they are coming out with big electric trucks this year. Also, I don't know if you saw this, but Amazon is investing in a fleet of I can't remember the name of the company, but this probably is some good investment advice. Amazon is investing in a fleet of electric vehicles that are built for their delivery. And the company that gets that contract is going to automatically become one of the biggest car manufacturers or vehicle manufacturers in the world, and they're really exclusively Amazon. It's pretty crazy.
Because you see Amazon all over now.
Well, Amazon has recently, remember at one point they were reliant upon FedEx and UPS and all of those guys, and now they have become the world's largest shipper. Or one of the largest shippers in the world, instantaneously just by Amazon is. I'm starting to think that Amazon is going to either need to be broken up, because it's just getting too big. It's like if Jeff Bezos get an attitude, we got a problem.
We all got a problem.
I mean, considering how it was a matter of national security, their methods of delivery, they kind of stepped in where the government was kind of lacking a little bit.
I mean, think about the deliveries and all of that being controlled, and they trying to get rid of the post office too. He gonna be like, what if they put the post office up for bid? You know what I'm saying?
I can see the Republicans
recommending that.
Yes.
Man,
I knew it was real when the post office started delivering on the weekends. you know, them black people was like, oh,
what? No. They was like, you look out, you want to keep your job? And the post office still remains a good job for black people. All right, I don't even know how we got there, but it is all of us. The team is all back together. So Maze and Ruthie and Sonia and Todd. See, I like that part.
About how we came from God.
You know what? I'm just telling you. See, shout out to Remy Steele, Young Sage, one more time. You know what I think we're going to do, as we continue to build the outlet. I want, if you have positive black music, original, like, could you send it to us? I think we might become an outlet. To in some of our, we're looking for original music anyway, and I think it could be a great opportunity to showcase Chicago artists, because that song does make me feel some kind of way, and it was funny because initially people was trying to trip, right? Like I got to talk a little smack, and then it's like because I think when you're in the house, you take everything for granted. And then there was outside people who were like, man, I'm kind of, especially like pro-black people. So I think we need to find some more pro-black music and create an outlet and inspiration. It may be a Chicago video show coming soon.
I like that.
A Chicago video show and one for us and one for the ratchet kids. But we're going to try that's going to be late night. Herb going to do the 6 to 6 programming, right? So don't be surprised if we have WIIFTBP After Dark, right?
After Dark, yeah.
All right, y'all. So it's Maze and Sonia and Ruthie and Todd. Sonia, how you doing?
Guys.
Sonia world traveling around the world.
Take me with you.
Hold it. You know what? I'm gonna just keep all that. Let's do this. Let's get the fathership up. See, Ruthie, while you was gone, we switched up from the soul plane to the fathership, right? I would have did the mothership, but it's too much. It's too many woke white women would have took over. All right, y'all.
Not like a little patriarchy early in the morning.
Shoot. Oh Lord, I can't wait. All right, did y'all see Saturday Night Live?
First, I gotta ask you: is that Ignatius jacket you got on?
No, it is. That's funny. You know what? I've gone through iterations. I was trying to decide if I was gonna wear this outfit today or not. Right, so I signed up for this thing called Thread Beast. And it
They send you
derived
something?
from it derived from 5-4. So it's basically a box. You know, I don't have time to go shopping, and now with COVID and everything, basically I signed up for this box, and they send you just like a bunch of clothes and shoes and stuff, and then they give you like combos. So it's like, if you notice, the red jacket matches the roses, and if you're listening, then you can't see it, but it matches the roses that says La Familia. Right?
It's like the Johnny Carson collection.
Yeah, you can hear it. See, so it's like one of
You
those.
might have to take it off.
Okay, Sonia's like, I can hear it. It's wrestling. I was like,
hear
look,
everything.
Right.
That's it.
We call them
What is this?
swishy jackets.
What
Ruthie, you're breathing too hard.
this is this is like a windbreaker. So I feel like I like a Catholic school because it came with khaki pants, right? So it's either like I look like a Catholic kid going to school, a security guard working at a high school football game, and then you said Ruthie said, "Does that say Staples?" And I was like,
yeah, that's right. It does, doesn't it?
It says Staple,
It's
not
supposed
Staples.
to rain today, though, so you ready.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, actually, now y'all got me all feeling self-conscious because I was going to be fashionable. Like, I was going to say, like, this is not, I'm making these brands.
Oh, just drop it in the comments if you like Maze's jacket.
Right.
Or if you want
No. It's ensemble.
Ensemble. But, what was I going to say? Oh, so I was going to rock the outfit. Oh, because I'm going to be on later with Leon tonight.
And your shoes match it too, though.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, my shoes match and my belt.
Oh.
You know, I believe that if you do have to
he's
coordinate. Your
coordinated.
belt has to match your shoes.
Oh, that
my
is
big bro,
oh my God.
My big bro DK would dog me if I remember one time I used to wear black shoes with a brown belt, and he'd be like, "Man, come here. Don't you ever go outside like that and tell nobody you know me." So I try to always make sure I try to coordinate. I know y'all don't pay attention, but usually somewhere in the mix, it's all tied together.
I pay attention. Janine and I make fun of you at night.
Is that with the cat in the bed? All right, y'all. This is the Maze Jackson Show. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Cat hater.
The Maze Jackson Show will be back after this break.
Biggest threat to Illinois citizens from Washington is health care costs and policies. Senior citizens have their Social Security reduced from Medicaid, and some of our senior citizens live off $3 a week for food allowance. Working families are facing bankruptcy over policy and limit and cost. Drug prices require decision between food and Medicaid. I'm Dr. Willie Wilson. Vote for me and send me to Washington. God bless.
Paid for by Willie Wilson for Senate 2020.
Hey y'all, this is Salim Muwakil from Muwakil's World. In case you missed the last discussion, this is what you missed.
There was a time when there was a large-scale mythology that African people had no endurance. We were only good for sprinting.
Right.
And that was our forte. Other than that, we were useless in marathon races. Establishing your patrimony on the land. If you bury the dead, that means that this land is forever in your family.
Who are our ancestors, really? We are the living ancestors to a whole genealogical line going back hundreds of thousands, millions of years that we carry within us living today. Everyone who preceded us. Mm-hmm. You know, however, that conception took place, whether it was violently, with rape, or whatever the case, but we are them living today.
That's why it's important to understand our capacity, man. Our capacity is unlimited. We have unlimited potential.
Absolutely.
So make sure you tune in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1 p.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIIFTBP.
I think that the black community is starting to realize the mayor may not necessarily be an ally just because she is black.
Live from What's in It for the Black Media Studio.
Our representatives don't necessarily get a pass just because they're black. We've got a challenge in the black part of Chicago of holding black politicians accountable.
You're listening to The Maze Jackson Show.
This is Chicago, so I understand the Chicago way. I ask every day what's in it for the black people.
With Maze Jackson.
Come on, y'all.
You are listening to the Maze Jackson Show. I am your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Todd Stroger. Miss Ruthie Moore is back in the building. Sonia Escobar. Happy Native American Genocide Day. I just, can I tell you, when I did learn about Christopher Columbus in high school, I did used to call it that, and it used to drive the white teachers crazy.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I used to be like, Happy Native American Genocide Day.
Mm-hmm.
And they would be like, and then when I got into the workplace, like, especially I used to love it when I was at Coca-Cola, because it was like the straight-laced white guys who would be like, they wouldn't give it off, but they would straight up be happy Columbus Day. So shout out. But you know what? I forgot I got a lot of friends, Ruthie, your friends. Happy Columbus Day to those of
Y'all
you
better put
that
them statues back up.
Still celebrated. You know what? You know what I think?
They should get them back for one day and then take them back down.
Just put the head back.
You know what I think they should do? I think they should rename Columbus Day Happy Godfather Day. I swear to God, if they named it Godfather Day, everybody would participate. It would be bigger than St. Patrick's Day. There's a Godfather quote for everything, and almost every black person I know is a Godfather fan. Like the original, too. The third one,
but I don't think they're actually mafia fans, so.
I mean,
the whole killing
black.
part.
I mean, shoot.
Right.
I mean, really though, if you think about it, black people are. Yes, they are. I'm just telling you now. The Godfather, whether you have ever even thought about participating in the mafia, you can watch The Godfather and be like, there's philosophical moment right there.
No, I mean, that's true.
And you think about this. Check this out. If you think about it, all of the 90s, late 90s rap was really all the pseudo names were based off of mafiosos, especially after Raekwon and Ghostface. Gosh, I mean, it just seemed like everybody.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Right, it's
all
like
that
everybody
and
had
all that stuff.
And John got, and it's like everybody. Look, Sonia's like, this is nothing to do with this.
No, I'm with you though, Mace. It's equivalent to kind of how like hip hop embraced Trump in a sense. I remember you talking about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there is. Look, man, my mom, Sister Jackson, watched The Godfather religiously. Like, God help us, not God help us, because I was watching it. Like when it would come on Channel 5, and they would splice them together in order.
Oh yeah,
right. And I didn't even realize it was. I didn't realize that it was two movies. It was like it would be Godfather week on, and you knew that every day after at 8:00, you turn on Channel 5, there was. Have you ever heard the Godfather album, by the way?
Yes.
It is
the Walt
3 million versions of the Godfather. Then they'd be like, the remix. It's like, and then they'd be like, and the opera version.
Mace just does not, he doesn't really like the Italian sound, I guess.
You know what? No, I'm going to tell you, I've become here lately an expanded. I've grown to have an expanded knowledge of the food, people, and culture. I have enjoyed the food greatly, and I have found that we have very many similarities culturally, while we don't necessarily.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Like, we have a lot of cultural similarities. We just don't. We don't talk about it, and because we're not in our same space, it's just funny to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you know somebody on both sides and you watch the things that they do, you be like, what you mean she had a child with no what? Then you be like, all the same things that actually. Do you watch Fargo?
No, but I'm going to.
Well, this season they got the Kansas City mob, and they got the black mob and the white mob, and it's kind of like
Kansas City mob was a big thing.
Yeah, it really was. Actually, you know, in Chicago, they talk about the outfit was not. It was a hodgepodge. Like everybody.
Oh yeah, there was all kind of same thing in New York. There was Jewish and Irish and yeah.
But
none of that Russian stuff because there was no Russian.
Hey, man. And now it's just like, well, anyway, I'm past that.
Oh, wait, I got one useless trivia thing.
Okay.
You know why the Godfather theme was not nominated for?
Because it was in the wrong. It was in another movie before.
I hate you, Maze Jackson.
No, you did this last year.
I did.
You did this last year. You got to get in this script, man.
Maze got a good memory.
Hey, man, I got a good long-term memory. Short-term, I'm shot.
Your cousins.
My cousin be all around. All right, let me run through some of these other things. Shaq verts for the first time. I thought that was interesting, but probably not. I bet no one is going to talk about it.
I'm not surprised. I bet most of the NBA doesn't actually vote.
I was going to suggest the same thing. I was going to say that I bet most of the athletes do not vote. And
they're rich people. They have nothing to worry about.
Well, or they have other things to do that they. I mean, he probably was always on the road during it, and it.
No, I'm not giving those crazy excuses.
No, I agree.
They are not connected to the society like you. Well, all of us are.
Yeah, it's funny. It used to be funny to me back in the day. Mm-hmm. When I used to know a lot of basketball players, black ones and athletes, they would be Republicans. You would find them at Republican events, etc. I think only after Obama did it really, like, you wouldn't know that they were, but these guys would be at the stuff because it's like they was trying to not pay the luxury tax.
They just wanted to be rich like all the rich people and keep all the money in the world.
Right.
Yes,
when you're rich, right? And them white people.
Barkley said that a long time ago. He said, I'm a Republican, I'm rich.
Did you see yesterday was National Coming Out Day? The NFL even celebrated it. I'm going to move right on past that. Speaking on that as well, Lori Lightfoot, did you see her young black woman post?
Oh, no.
Okay, you all need to read the post because I told you it. Remember when I did the whole segment on Lori Lightfoot and black people and not fitting in?
Yes.
So it was National Coming Out Day, and she described the story. Can you imagine of being the only black girl in her class and then to have this other secret? That she was, I'm just telling you, I told you the story of Lori Lightfoot and why she has some animus towards black people. When you are the only black kid in your class and the white folks finally accept you and the black people don't.
Yeah.
It plays out long term. And I am going to tell you that I have seen it because I know it because I almost used to be it. And so just remember, when you read that post, and you all go find it. It's on our page. It's for National Coming Out Day. You remember what I told you. Also, Lakers world champions.
Who?
Right.
Go LeBron. Team LeBron.
I'm not team
I'm a huge LeBron fan.
I'm not certain if I don't like LeBron. No, I can't say that. I like LeBron, actually. What I don't like, I just don't like the way basketball is now, where the superstars say, hey, let's get a team together. I kind of liked it better when...
Oh, you don't like the stacking of the teams?
Yeah, I liked it when the general manager tried to build something.
I actually like it because I feel like it gives the players more control over their bodies. And I think LeBron is a great example of somebody taking his career, taking his boys, and making the rules.
I think $34 million a year gives him control of his body.
LeBron for MVP. I'm a huge LeBron fan, so shout out to all the black athletes.
AD for MVP. He ain't from Chicago. LeBron.
LeBron put AD on. If you look at how that situation played out. So that's another really good example of
That's my point. I don't like that idea.
I love it because it's telling those owners, like, you can't control my body. I go where I want to go.
Forget that control your body. I'm the owner. I own the team. I am supposed to control your body. At least in this instance.
Slavery is over.
Whoa.
Welcome back, Ruthie.
Whoa. So I think that it is interesting, the evolution of the game and of, it's funny you say control my body. That almost
I would never
like,
use that. I just said that because
all right, I was just like it, but when you did that, you just went right down that rabbit hole.
No, that's just that youth of yours where y'all can't see that if I'm paying you to do a certain thing, then you should do a certain thing.
No. See, I look at it different. If I'm using
and if you don't want to do that,
to make
then
a whole
I
lot
won't
of money,
pay you.
I'm using my body to make a whole lot of money for you. I should have some decision-making power.
But aren't you using your body to make a whole lot of money for you too?
Not necessarily. It's disproportionate. They know how much those owners getting versus how much they
getting. You mean
the
$34 million that he gets isn't
compared
enough?
to the billions that they getting? If they don't stand up for themselves,
it's a monopoly. I mean, it's a monopoly. But I think that's a government problem. That's not the owner problem.
You know what? Let me say this. there is an evolution going on right now. I think Ruthie is an example. I think Ruthie is of the era of I'm taking my talents to
South Beach, baby.
South Beach.
Ruthie is no, she's part of the era of let the inmates run the asylum. I'm not a fan of that.
I think Todd, you are. I think every time you go down, every time you use an analogy, you just further make it harder for me to explain the point because
help him, Maze, help him.
I'll help him when we come back. It's the Maze Jackson Show.
The Maze Jackson Show will be back after this break.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday.
WIIFTBP.
He is joining Chicago famous because he is born and raised in the city of Chicago. He is famous. He is Chicago famous. Mr. Rick Party. Welcome to the show, sir.
What's happening for the show started?
Ricky!
So I had to figure out at that point, what am I going to do with my life? I would listen to the radio. Earl Boston was a radio personality, and I would call in all the time and ask him, hey, can you make a dedication to my girlfriend? Every day I would call him. He said, well, why are you calling me every day at 10 o'clock? You're supposed to be in school. I said, I'm sick, man. He said, be honest, man, tell me the truth. But this man taking the time to talk to me on the other end of the phone every day, making dedications to my girlfriend who's in school while I'm out, that just inspired me just as a street kid, living, from Inglewood, Inglewood and Cabrini Green,
Right.
Back and forth.
Chicago famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
AM 1570, WBGX Harvey, Chicago. You are listening to the most dangerous show in the morning. This is What's in It for the Black People Radio. Maze Jackson. Maze Jackson, the most vociferous advocate for black people in the world.
Listening to the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Todd, Stroger, Ruthie Moore. I'm telling you, on the National Coming Out Day, Ruthie, that post wasn't a bad post. I'm just telling you, it explains when you're trying to understand her thought process, you have to understand where she comes from.
Right.
But it's okay. So there are a lot of young people that grow up and there is disproportionate violence against young people that identify as LGBTQ.
Say that one more time.
There is so young people who identify as LGBTQ plus experience disproportionate violence like bullying, harassment, things like that, homelessness.
Oh, they get kicked out of their house. That's probably the worst thing that can happen to you.
No, and particularly young Black children who identify as LGBTQ plus also experience increased homelessness. They are more represented in the juvenile justice system. So I think her post is speaking to all of the young people who have had to suffer and to be bullied. And so I think nowadays in the society that we live in, young people can be more comfortable in their own skins with their own identities and have adults in their lives to reflect that back to them.
That's deep. I think everybody needs a little bullying. I think everybody needs some adversity in their life. Now I'm not, and I think that everybody.
Dang, Ruthie, I say some innocuous stuff and you like all over me. He say something crazy and you like,
I think everybody.
I was waiting on him to finish.
Now let me say this, and I don't advocate for violence or anything like that. But I do think that, and let me not say everybody needs a little bullying in their life. I would say that everyone thinks that they are the only person that somebody has messed with. My challenge with right now is that a lot of young people are not capable of overcoming adversity. And I feel like we try to smooth out the path so smooth that when you get to real world, real life challenges or experiences that don't go your way, you're not necessarily capable of handling them. Now, that stated, I do not, I remember watching that video of that little kid that was on the bus who was just getting harassed the whole time and people were punching him and hitting him and kicking. It was a crazy video about being bullied, and it was like some kids videoed it, right? And it was like a literal actual, and I mean, I'm not sentimental, but I was like, dang, that's messed up.
You are sentimental. You just say that.
And I've seen kids and probably bullied and been bullied. And I think that all of them work to your life experience. Now, I do believe that there is extremes, and I think no one should have to go through extremes. But I do think that somewhere, that's not to that post. So let me not say to that post. Let me say to that post to me reminds me of why so many, what I feel like happens in Black kids that are LGBTQ, put that LGBTQ before their Blackness. And I think that's probably what I see in that post. Not that I'm mad or whatever. I just say that that's one of the things that you got to look at when you're trying to understand how she makes decisions. When I would factor in. But nobody deserves to be beat up or bullied or whatever in the standpoint. But I do think that you gotta also learn how to navigate life and challenges, and when everybody's not gonna just agree with you. So I'll let it be at that. No bullying. I'm not a pro bullier. Let me not say that, but I am suggesting, and that is not to that post. That was thoughtful, what you said with the whole, they get to see reflected back into the mirror of their life.
Yes, education is windows and mirrors.
I like these damn kids.
And,
pull your damn pants up and go to school.
And too, like,
it's a class.
Cyber bullying. Y'all know bully has went tech.
Now that
so now it's a whole different ball game now.
We
should really feel sorry for the kids, honestly.
We're gonna have to talk about the cyberbullying, because I do think that one of the things that I was thinking about, and it goes to even what we do here on social media, when you get cyberbullied, like if somebody puts you on, if you get roasted at school, you get roasted by the 10 people that's standing around who go, ooh!
Yeah, it used to end at 3 p.m. Now it never ends.
Now it's like everybody, and golly.
I don't allow my daughter to have any apps.
And these kids be around here sending naked pictures and crazy stuff.
The stories I could tell you, Ruthie, probably you too.
I don't want to hear them right now. I'm not ready. Don't, Ruthie, look, don't even look.
Too much. bitch.
Ruthie, don't even look over here. I know you about to be like, when I was working with the kids, I'm already shocked.
We just have to really get a handle on bullying in general.
So
not just for all young people, because you can see it does have adverse effects later on in life.
So I want you to, I'm going to assign you that topic. Can you bring us, this is what I think you need to do. This is the Ruthie segment. The Ruthie segment needs to be all the things that parents need to know, but we don't really know. You laughing. You laughing. I'm saying.
I wish I had the answers.
No. I'm saying things that we would not, like even with the cell phone. I'll never forget one time I popped in on my line. This is, Lord have mercy, years ago. And I was like, give me that phone. Because I was like, I want to catch these kids. And, well, I don't know what she pushed. But it was like I could just see the whole. It was like a lot of kids on there. All of a sudden, everybody just hung up all at once, and it was like
all at once.
It was like I was trying to catch. Like you're like, let me get yeah. And I was like, so my point is, I do think, Ruthie, that there are like that Zendaya show that I can't watch, but I can't stop watching. It's like it's too much, but I'm concerned that this stuff is happening, and our parents don't know, and I do think we need to adapt a little bit. So. We're going to talk about that on a different day when I am a little bit more prepared. Did you see Mayor Lightfoot's in the 12 black women commercial for Biden?
I missed that one.
Now I wonder what her Republican friends are saying right now. You're taking this thing too far.
No, they realize she's a Democratic face.
What's in it for the Black People Voters Guide is out. It is posted. We will have printed editions very shortly, but make sure you grab it. Hey, we're gonna talk about it a little bit later. I'm getting hit up. Like people are hitting me saying that, how come you didn't go against Tooman? And I was like, I thought he was stepping down. No, that's the Orojo.
Oh,
right. We're going to talk about that because, again, it's always funny. Well, we'll talk about it a little bit later. Can we talk about that a little bit later? But we did release the list. So if you are looking for judges, and I think that's what most people look. I think we did not make an endorsement in the presidential race. We just stayed out of it. Because I think that there are... Ruthie, why you make that voice?
Because that's funny to me.
Why is that funny?
You know why it's funny on so many levels.
No, I don't. We're going to talk about that when we come back. We'll talk about it, though. We can talk about that. Also, Corona crisis redo. Are we about to get more Corona?
Sure.
It seems like it's spiking.
They rolling back the restrictions.
Right. What do you expect?
The money. Tony, but here's my thing. Like, the president didn't tell Lori to release the restrictions in Chicago. And the governors and none of those people that are playing with these numbers and saying you can go in, can go out, there's an exception because of this, and, well, this one was indoor. Like, where is their policy? Where's the science now? Right? It's like everybody is playing games with this crisis because of the economics. It's like there's nothing right now that anybody in Washington is doing to Illinois, unless he said everybody. If the president says shut down the country right now, 24/7, nobody goes to work right now, we're gonna kill the virus. What would happen?
I think if that came with some economic backing, I think people would be like, sure.
Yeah, a second stimulus package. Yeah,
a whole
stimulus
second
package.
Okay, a fourth.
Okay.
Well, I only got one, so it's the second.
I still ain't got nothing.
I need a bailout like the airline.
I ain't got $1 yet. Good God, man, what I gotta do?
But it's. I think it's so interesting because if you think about the winter, what is going to happen? And I knew we was on to something when the city released a whole contest to see who can come up with the best plan.
A contest to play. A contest. Scientists. Was there any scientists involved in this contest? Because again, I'm gonna just tell you, everything that they talked about, Tennille busted it all up as a restaurateur. She was like, so who deep cleans the bubble after you leave?
They are supposed to, I kind of read some of the plans. They are supposed to have the proper, like, HEPA filters in them.
The HEPA filter. The so why we ain't just putting HEPA filters all around the whole entire world and solving the problem?
Because I learned, okay, I'll tell you what else I learned, is that it's because the aerosol particles are small enough to actually fit through the HEPA filter. So it won't work against the aerosols, which is what you release allegedly when you sneeze or cough. It only works for like droplets.
So if I sneeze or cough in the bubble and then leave, who does all the sanitation in between the 50? Is that the 15-minute wipe down that they used to do with the tables?
You better just pray.
That's my point.
Or stay in the house.
That's my point though. Science.
It's kind of science, Maze. You know we called it kind of science.
Right. Kind of science. That's right. I'm just telling you, it's gonna get worse, and I think everybody's playing crazy. Everybody talking about the president crazy, and that turn. If I look at my Facebook timeline, everybody is outside, going somewhere, doing something. Everything is. Drive down Randolph. They're like, look at the economics we've No, fool. If you talk about the number is spiking, what do you think all these people are doing? Y'all playing me like I'm a fool. The list of judges is on my page too. We're gonna have all of that. We're gonna talk about this. All right, let me get this again.
Let me check my paper too. Then
did you see?
I'm not even looking.
Did you? We just skipped the whole social media question. We'll get that at 8:47 after I run through these next two. Illinois census runs out of money.
How did that happen?
Poor planning. What's the poor planning? How did they run out of money? Now, this is the bad part. I sure hope ain't nobody black in charge.
Oh,
and they ran out of money early. The city ran out of money in August. But they've just been encouraging people. So I wonder how much do you think the cowboy got paid? Did he get his check?
Well, you know what the difference is from this census than others is the federal government's not really doing much.
Mm-hmm.
So it has fallen on the local government and the state to try to buster.
I know I ain't got my check.
The guy we told keep our name out your mouth.
I know I ain't got my check.
Y'all know the coronavirus messed up the census outreach. Don't do them.
Maze, you know Mr. Trump. Tell him yourself.
I don't know.
Call your friend Mr. Trump.
First of all, I don't know him like that, but if I could, I would. Hey y'all, this is and don't forget I'll be on Later with Leon tonight. Mm-hmm. So y'all check that out. We'll be back after these messages.
The Maze Jackson Show. We'll be back after this break.
Hi, I'm Dr. Willie Wilson. People in Illinois have been crying out for justice, equality, and fairness from their government for years. And it keeps getting worse. Unfair taxes, laws that unjustly imprison nonviolent offenders. The rich get richer, and the everyday people suffer. It's time for a change, and with your help, I'm here to do it. I'm asking for your support as I run for U.S. Senator in 2020.
Paid for by Willie Wilson for Senate 2020.
And you can tell them, Maze said, we want to know what's in it for the black people.
What's up, good people? This is Herb Howard, one half of I Said What I Said. Make sure you tune in every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. right here on What's in It for the Black People Media. It is intellectual thuggery at its finest. The Blackest Conversation, Herb Howard, Tucson Warner, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday right here on What's in It for the Black People Media. 1 to 3 p.m.
WIIFTBP.
I think that the black community is starting to realize the mayor may not necessarily be an ally just because she is black.
Live from What's in It for the Black Media Studio.
Our representatives don't necessarily get a pass just because they're black. We've got a challenge in the black part of Chicago of holding black politicians accountable.
You're listening to The Maze Jackson Show.
This is Chicago, so I understand the Chicago way. I ask every day what's in it for the black people.
With Maze Jackson.
Come on, y'all.
You are listening to the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Todd Stroger. Miss Ruthie Moore is back in the building. Ruthie, how many kids did you save while you was gone?
2.5.
Hey, every everyone's something.
Everybody counts. Every one of them counts. All right, look. Let's move on to the social media question of the day. Did anybody see Saturday Night Live? Bill Burr.
Yes,
opening?
I watched it Well, I didn't watch this. I just watched his monologue this morning.
I watched it because you posted.
Oh, I started to really post it, but I did not post it because I knew I was going to give us the audio. But I'm concerned that they'll block us for it because, Saturday Night Live is pretty slick with their stuff now. But he literally tore into woke white women. He asked, how did white women step in front of this Black Lives Matter movement? He said, what did he say? They just put on their Gucci heels and pulled up their skirt and stepped over the fence.
Threw their leg over the fence.
Threw their leg over the fence and got in front of it. And I was just...
He had a Richard Pryor moment.
What do you mean a Richard Pryor moment?
That was very Richard Pryor-ish.
Explain.
Richard Pryor went to the...
that gay thing. And
the bowl. I forgot. The Hollywood Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he snapped on the gay people like, y'all want us to do everything for you, but where were you when we were getting our butts whipped in Watts?
Oh, right. And they said that Bill Burr's received a tremendous amount of backlash.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, and he knew it was coming.
But what did he get the backlash? Who did he get backlash from?
Because he said, I know my bees,
Oh, yeah, he did say that.
So me and my bees have to sit down and get this lecture together.
Okay, but they would laugh if it was like Pimps Up, Hoes Down, they would be cracking up. Like if that was a black show and he was like, me and my zzz, everybody like,
yeah, when Dave Chappelle said that about Candace Owens, everybody was like, yeah, we were thinking that too.
I don't know what he said about Candace Owens. I'm certain I've heard it, but I can't remember.
He called what did he give it to her?
I think he called her the B word.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
that
ain't nothing new for him. I mean, I'd be surprised if he didn't. He uses those words all the time.
Yeah, but you don't do it there. I think he might use it in general, not directly and call you specifically. I think it's one thing to say snitches. It's another thing to be like, you snitch. Right? It's like, me and my snitches, as well as, hey, you snitch.
I'll have to look it up, but I get you.
At Todd snitch. Right? Then you'll be like, wait, did you just call me a... Now, I'm going to suggest,
and he's married to a black lady.
Dave?
Wait, are you making the race
Dave.
of Bill Burr?
Bill Burr.
Are you making the race of his wife an issue?
Whoa.
Wait a minute.
You obviously never listened to Bill Burr.
I no, not really.
I do. He has a podcast, but I don't really listen to that. But he's been around for a long time, and he talks about just how white he is. And
with his black, I have seen some of his. I'm gonna watch some of his stuff now because his black wife probably be checking him, right? Like, But here's my point.
Oh, he talks about that.
He
too.
told them to sit. Okay, can I ask a question? What are the characteristics of woke white women? Do we have any of them in Illinois?
I was assuming this might be like the land of woke white women.
I would suggest that it is. First of all, I don't know if I gotta watch Bill Burr because I gotta pay attention because I still am curious to know like when he is talking, what does he talk about with his black wife? Because I still think like, hey, very funny, mom. So let me ask a question. What are the characteristics of woke white women? Because can I suggest that woke white women are often the downfall of not only black men, but black women? I would suggest that the woke white woman is the woke white women to me, I see them all the time. I would suggest that a significant chunk of the current Democratic Party, the white women in the Democratic Party, would be considered woke white women. if you think about the ones that are elected, particularly on the north side, but I would like to know what are the characteristics of woke white women. So here's some of the things I came up with. They're white or identify as white, right? I think that woke white women they probably wear Black Lives Matter masks, right? They have marched all summer. They've been emboldened by Trump, right? These are the women that are like, because of Donald Trump, I feel like they have taken they are the women who wear the white coochie cat hats. When we saw that march, after 51% of them voted.
Were pink.
Oh, right. Pink coochie cat hats. They're probably environmentalist or cause-based often, right? Like they probably have time to be green and worried about things outside of real life issues, right? Like they have time to worry about other people's business. They tend to think that they're smarter than black people or women and often are patronizing. However, always try to find a way to mentor or prove that they have black women friends while undermining other black women, right? So they take the star black person, right? Like they'll be the ones that'll be supporting Kamala. They'll have a button and they'll lead with Kamala. Are you with Kamala? I'm with Kamala, right? And they'll leverage their relationships, or you'll find the woke white women will be with Kim Fox, right? Because Kim Fox allows them cover to be undermining everywhere else, right? Because they don't even have the qualifications or the skill set to be the state's attorney, and really don't nobody want to be the damn state's attorney. Because I mean, what fun is that? Like really?
No,
like,
people want to be the state's attorney because
you can lock them niggers up.
No, it's one of the largest law firms in the
I agree with
the
that.
state,
and you can that's true. They tend to be holier than thou.
I know that.
Right? They tend to be like they tend to think like their way, that they're smarter. They tend to take a condescending attitude towards black people who they don't deem to be celebrity enough.
I wanted to say to some of them, look, I know you ain't voting for a black man from the South Side who talks to white men.
Or black women. Quite frankly, black women. I mean, I would say, look at what happened to Toy and John. They wore the jacket. White women skated off with
the bag.
the bag and white credibility.
Right. Yeah, now they're big shots in the space.
Exactly. Where's Toy and where's Jahan? Right? I would tell you that woke white women sit amongst us, plotting against us. Woke white women are welcomed into our communities because I'm with Kamala. All the while using, and because I heard something on Salim's show, and I can't remember the two words they used, but he said, like, we black people are welcoming, so we let every white person that comes to the south side of Chicago or the west side of Chicago, even if we know they mean our own people intent harm, we welcome them in like they harmless, knowing that they're plotting against our people. In the same side, you try to go to the north side and the white boys will lock you out. Woke white women What are their characteristics? I would ask you, when have we seen white women collaborate with black women in leadership? Give me a time.
No, shoot. I'm totally white people tend not to want to see black people in leadership, especially the liberal types, because they play the game like we're all in the same boat, but they're like, but you got to get in the back.
But exactly. And then what and it's interesting to me right now. I think Bill Burr tapped on something that I think we need to be looking at, because I wonder, when have woke white women helped black women in leadership?
So I think that a lot of the progress from the quote unquote woke white woman, black women get the trickle down.
Let's hold on and we'll take that when we come back. It's the Mace Jackson Show.
WIIFTBP.
AM 1570, WBGX Harvey, Chicago.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
Hi, I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I'm running for U.S. Senate for the state of Illinois. I will never give up on inclusion and equality, prison reform, reduced property taxes, and economic opportunity for all. I want to get to know your neighborhood and the problem that you face every day. And I want to serve every man, woman, and child in the state of Illinois. A vote for me is a vote for you.
Paid for by Willie Wilson for Senate 2020.
We fun guy.
What's tomorrow?
Fun guy, what's up, baby?
What it do, baby?
Yeah, yo, what do you know?
You know what I'm saying? So I'll be telling you. What's going on, Chicago? What's in it for the Black People Media presents?
I want to go higher. Oh, my God.
Call your sons, call your daughters, call your friends, call your neighbors.
The big Tuesdays and Thursdays, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. with Eugene McIntosh and Terrence Tomlin. We got what you need right here on What's in it for the Black People Media.
You are listening to the most dangerous show in the morning. This is What's in It for the Black People Radio. Maze Jackson. Maze Jackson, the most vociferous advocate for black people in the world.
What's in it for the black people? Cause economically we are not equal. Waking up to lies, can't doze no more. I told y'all this, that dangerous show. Don't go to church if you ain't trying to help us. Don't even try to be around and can't protect us. We see the lies of the politicians. We need money, no symbolism. It's Maze and Sonia and Ruthie and Todd explaining how we all come from God, giving us tools to beat the odds. If we're united, our movement gon' start. They ain't tryna help us, they ain't tryna do nothing. We gotta do something, we gotta stop running. It's time to confront the problem. Really, you expect your oppressor to solve them.
What's in it for the black people? All the lies we didn't heard before. Time to pay attention, you gotta do more than listen. Get some action with it on the count of 3. Let's go.
You are listening to the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Todd Stroger. Miss Ruthie Moore. It's my Billy Goat voice. And Sonia Escobar. Is that Billy Goat or sheep?
Billy Goat 3.
Billy go, Billy go. Oh, okay. Look, y'all. We are talking about woke white women. Bill Burr snapped off. So Todd, you know I was dozing on Saturday, right?
Mm-hmm.
I started dozing when Saturday Night Live. For me to make it to Saturday Night Live, I'm like, then I heard, can the woke white women? How did woke white women? And I woke up like, wait a minute. And I was like, did somebody get on TV and talk about, well, who is this white man?
Just look at the community programs and who runs it. Like, are you
telling the
kidding
truth.
me?
And I said to myself, Self? You trying to steal my joint, man?
No, I'm trying to be your hype man. Self?
And so it got me to thinking, and I was thinking about the woke white women that I know. And the woke white women, so it's a couple things. Woke white women count on black men. They play on their black menness. They do. Not they black menness, but they play on black men. Because woke white women, they're like, oh, hi, how are you? And they can talk to you and be all super, and
You always have the story.
and then they'll
It
come,
was story.
and then they'll be plotting the whole time to undermine your homie.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the crazy part is, black people know that they're trying to cause harm or know of the harm that they're causing. And instead of icing them like the white people do, they let them walk around. Like they don't ever have any fear of offending us because they're like, well, of course I'm smarter than you.
Right.
Ruthie, but you have a different woke white women experience. Talk to me.
Ruthie,
You
what about woke white women?
You are so funny. I think you be writing these segues on your paper.
So back to Ruthie.
No, what I was just trying to say was that black women sort of, get the trickle down from the white women. So my best example of this is the founders of my sorority, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. So 22 women was like, hey, we got to break away, right? And so the first act of public service was marching in the Women's Suffrage March, March 1913.
In the front or the back?
So let me tell you. So this is the thing. We had to march in the back along with other black women. And so I don't negate that as the first act of public service because the right to vote was huge. Like white women needed that, black women needed that. Maybe we needed it for different reasons, but I think we both needed it. And so I think that the way the narrative has been written is always from the perspective of like the white women's suffrage, Susan B. Anthony's and da-da-da-da-da. But black women were also integral to that movement. We was in the back though, so that's why I said we kind of we get the trickle down.
So I can honor the trickle down, but I guess when does it stop being trickle down? Right? I think the perfect example is what's happened with this Black Lives Matter movement. It has literally become the white people litmus test. It almost is the segue to allow white racism, right? And if you understand what I mean is, you can participate in Black Lives Matter and then go back and be racist and justify your racism because you were, right? Or justify your connivingness or justify your undermining of black power. I have not seen an example of white women supporting black women in power that have not conceded to white women.
That's white supremacy though.
So think about this though. If you have not bent the knee to white progressives as a black Democrat, white progressives will undermine you. Think about it. Give me an example of a successful Give me an example of white women supporting a black woman who does not put white issues first.
Oh, that whole suffrage was about white women. They were like, no, you can't let the black people vote first. You gotta let us vote first. There was a whole fight about that.
And so I want to bring it up to today, though, because I was thinking about the Democratic Party. Can you tell me Can you tell me a black woman who is respected in the Democratic Party by white women?
What about what about Condoleezza Rice? He's talking about Illinois or like?
I'm talking about Illinois. Take out Kim Fox and take out Kim Fox.
Okay.
Because Kim Fox is the run under banner, right? Like the Kim Fox is the justify. Kim Fox and Kamala Harris for white women are the same in Illinois. And Tony Preckwinkle. Name another black woman who has been supported by white women in leadership.
Lauren Underwood.
Ooh. Okay. That's not Cook County, but that's okay.
Dang. Okay. You say Illinois though.
I didn't say Illinois. Okay, I'll give you Lauren Underwood. Does anybody know Lauren Underwood? Do we know anything? Where do we know her from? She was a creation. Just so we're clear, she was a creation. She was a nurse. They told us she was a nurse, but she was an Obama intern who left all of her nursing school and went to go work for Obama. But I'm gonna let that go.
But she was very integral within the Affordable Care Act. So she came so she was quote unquote created at a really good time when we was trying to get universal health care as like a national thing.
Not black people.
Lauren Underwood. You can't win if you black though, and you see. But Lauren Underwood is progressive, right? She fits in that white women like. She is a creation of white women. I'm suggesting that there are no homegrown black women that can count on white women for support. There aren't any. When have we seen, I was just thinking about, when have we seen an example of white women coming together to support a black woman?
Hey, I've said it a million times. If you aren't from the lakefront or University of Chicago, then you're not getting any support if you're black.
And they will work together to conspire to undermine a black woman in your face. Here's my thing. And this is where I'm at. Like nobody.
I mean, you can't think of anybody in the South Side or West Side.
No, I feel like this.
I mean,
nobody white. Dang, I just lost my point. I guess my challenge becomes: when can we count on white folks? Progressive. When can we count on white folks to support black people? Here's my challenge. Nobody white gets to come and disrespect anybody black on my side of town. That's just how I feel.
Mm-hmm.
And if I know that you as a white person are undermining a black person, period, point blank, you got a problem with me.
Mm-hmm.
Conversely, white folks get to come over and be in our presence, get to kiki and ha-ha, and we will, in the interest of being cool or not making a stink, not say nothing and let them be sitting in your place undermining people. And they feel comfortable doing it. Let me just say this, and then I'm gonna get off this. I have watched white women plot openly with no consequence. I think we have looked at, I think Todd is another example, right? Like it's not that when they have a chance, when they believe that they have a chance to take, they will. They never say, how can we help? How can we work together?
Right.
They always say they spend all of their time figuring out how can they undermine as compared to build together. How and it's just crazy to me. And that Bill Burr thing really woke me. And it didn't wake me up, but I just thought it was something that we really need to look at in Illinois. Go ahead, Ruthie.
I was gonna say there's this like this social media type of thing. It's called like the white nonsense roundup, and it's like you can like tag them, and then they supposed to like get they people. Like if you see a white person talking crazy online, you can tag like the white nonsense roundup, and then they'll come on and like gather up the white people for you. And you looking at me crazy, but no. I'm saying this because I think Bill Burr's comedy was one of those moments where when you hear from a white man, it sounded a little bit different versus if it was coming from a black comedian. And so I'm a true believer in comedy as being like a truth serum. And so I think because he was a white man saying it, it just hit different to us.
Because we
say it all the time. Like we talk about this stuff all the time.
Yeah,
they would just ignore us. If we
they just talking.
Right.
And
right. And they're talking to us.
And whites and the black people who have found success with the white folks in that progressive group have convinced themselves and convinced the white folks that they're smarter than those Negroes over there.
Well, they're smarter for being with them. That's how I think it falls.
I have a few white mentors, like white women mentors.
Ruthie, I bet you do. No. And let me say this. I have some white male, I would have at one point called them mentors. I would say, and let me not even say that. Like Double J is a white male mentor of mine. I learned a lot of politics, and I will never deny that, right? The challenge for me with that whole space is when there's mutual respect or when they want to pat you on the head, right? When they want to put you on display, right? That to me oftentimes is, and this is not to you, but a lot of their guilt or their conscience for the bull crap that they be on is to always be able to point to some black kid that they helped. Right. So I think of like white women who have these organizations and these organizations then help black women if you get to be a part of this organization. But they then want to leverage that organization so that when the time comes, they can use you as a battering ram against someone black. And because you got a personal relationship, they then say, come on, Ruthie. And you like, man, thank you. You took me to China. I've been all around the world with you. So how can I deny helping you screw over this black person? And it's like they plan for the future. So they always say, dang, like I'm telling you right now, there are so many white men who are like, man, if I could, Maze, I can help you in business. I can help you do this. I can help you do that. Because eventually it's they hope to be able to leverage this relationship that I have in the space. Right? And it's hard to turn down experiences and opportunities that you would not ordinarily get. They know it.
Or have access to. So when they give you that access, it comes with the cost. Don't get it twisted. They're going to make an ask. And they're going to feel like when it's time for them to make the ask, like when they sit down in a meeting and say, who can we get as advocates? They say, well, I've worked with this girl, Ruthie, my whole entire life. And she came through my program. And so now I'm going to call her. And it's like, when the lady who flew you to China and to Israel and to China and to New York and to LA and whatever calls, guess what? How the hell you gonna say no? Now, and if it ain't, and if they can position it as, well, they went to a black HBCU. They didn't go to a smart college like you at DePaul. Well, Ruthie, I mean, we're DePaul alums, and okay. Let me stop, Let me take this back. We'll stop this. We'll be back in a few minutes. It's the Maze
Jackson Show. We'll be back after this break.
Today's world requires first-hand knowledge of real international working. As a successful international businessman, I have achieved many goals and made many business friends abroad. International business can rebuild the middle class by creating the infrastructure to support small businesses through economic development funds and international expansion. I'm Dr. Willie Wilson. Vote for me. Send me to Washington. God bless.
Paid for by Willie Wilson for Senate 2020.
He is joining Chicago famous Mr. Rick Party.
I remember meeting the Brat before she was big. We were going to Jack the Rapper conference in Atlanta.
Jack the Rapper again.
So she's sitting, waiting for a plane. She got her braids in her hair, got her overalls on, and she saw me walk up to the gate. She's like, Rick's Party, oh my God! She's doing all of that. I said, well, who are you? She goes, I'm the Brat. I'm a new rapper from the, I live on the West Side. I'm with So Def. I'm about to meet Jermaine Dupri. I did some on Chris Cross's song. I think it was it The Bomb or something like that? Or
Right.
Yeah. She did some on there. So that was my introduction to her. So she would come back to my show every now and then and help me introduce the Coke Top 99. I remember we played a home jam and had people judge her song, right? And some people were like, it's all right, it's okay. And she's like, yo,
Wow.
Straight West Side, man. It was crazy.
Straight West Side.
Yeah, so.
Chicago famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
AM 1570, WBGX Harvey, Chicago. Back to the Mays Jackson Show.
You are listening to the Mays Jackson Show. I am your host, Mays Jackson. Them woke white women, y'all. You know who the woke white women remind me of?
Who,
Remember
Mays?
Martha Raddatz?
Name's familiar.
Martha Raddatz. She spoke on right after Kamala Harris.
Oh.
From ABC 7. I mean, not ABC. From ABC News, and she said she was saying all this protection of Kamala Harris. She is running for vice president. She doesn't get any protection. Woke white woman. Woke white woman. Remember Cecilia Vega? And then I remember the people that identify. Let me also tell you the other people we got to watch. The people who come into our neighborhoods that are not black, but they ain't white. But they, no, you laugh, but they.
Absolutely. Even myself, I could, leverage this in the
I'm gonna
future.
tell you. Can I tell you?
So real.
So
man.
I'm just telling you.
You
I'm telling you. I watch it happen all the time, where people who are not black come to black events and get all the goo goo gaga treatment, like they special, and we got all these black women in the joint, right? And black people at the event, and I feel like we. Even in our own space, we don't dominate, right? Like, I'm just saying, it's
even the slavery abolitionist movement, like it was white people in that.
I'm not mad at white people being. Here's my point, though.
The abolitionist movement was white people. Not white people.
Right,
you can't get free.
Well, right. Well, but I guess I'm not suggesting that white people aren't able to come, but it's like I feel like they only want you to be so successful.
Right.
They want to, white women will break the glass ceiling, but will hold that mug down on black women. It's the challenge I have is a lot of times when we have these conversations is I really, and black women be like, he's a misogynist. I love black women. I'm married to a black woman. I got a black. I mean, I don't really feel like I have to justify my affection for black women. My challenge is often that we find ourselves aligned against our own self-interest. The same white women that are like, yeah, are the same ones that as soon as they turn the corner would be the same ones undermining you as a black woman or are participating in the undermining of black women.
Okay, so if you think about the overall, see, you have an understanding of the system of white supremacy. And so you understand how within the larger context of white supremacy, black women can be used to further perpetuate that. Like you always say that. So I get it. So it sounds a little misogynistic, but within the context of white supremacy, you are spot on in terms of how black people are pitted against each other, particularly black women and black men.
Okay. This is how I kind of see it. We see ourselves in a certain way, so we think we're smart and all that kind of stuff. You know, we're just as good as anybody. So there's a movie. I love movies. The President's Analyst. This is like somewhere like 1970, 72. Godfrey Cambridge. You know who that is, Ruthie?
Nope.
You should look him up. He was really something for like 5 years. He had a run, and then he died. But he was a comedian, and he's talking to the analyst, and he's talking about how he was growing up. I think it was in New York, and he and his brother running some white children down, and he's really young, like 7, 5, something. And everyone starts running down the street, and they say, "Watch out! Watch out! Here comes the ninja!" And he's running, and he's saying the same thing. And it takes him a long time to realize that he's the ninja that they're talking about.
Right.
So he thought he was part of the group, but then he realizes that no, they are singling him out as something different.
Yeah, and I just need for y'all to be on the lookout, because the white women, in my estimation, and it's not the, can I tell you who it's not? It's not the Bridgeport, Beverly white. Them white women, they straight up who they are. They straight shooters.
You know exactly what you're saying.
It is the white women that are the liberal I'm with. They will give you Kamala. I'm with Kamala. I'm with Kim Fox. But I'm against every other Negro in this whole world.
Right.
As long as in power. And they will hire black people. They will hire you to work for them. But they will also use those people to leverage black relationships against you. So the next time you find yourself being approached by a woke white woman, asking you for her support, whether it's, or you're approached by a black person working for somebody. Did y'all want the phone lines open? Y'all want me to open up the phone lines? Ruthie, get that phone. You've been gone for a minute.
Get the plate.
These comments are off the chain. These comments.
Let me ask a question. Do y'all know the white phone right there?
I got it.
Do y'all know woke white women? Are there woke white? Do we have this problem in Illinois? Or am I missing something? Because can I tell you there's a woke white woman named Karen Lene who comes on my Facebook page. And it's like, me and Karen known each other for a long time. She did a lot of photo shoots for me. We've had long conversations, etc. But it's crazy to me that she literally comes on my page and tells me who I got to be voting for and why am I not. I said, as I told y'all before, I'm undecided. I'm undecided for president. The audacity of a white woman to come to my page and question me, right? And question me on my blackness. You got it? You open?
We good to go.
Open up the phone lines. Give me a call, 872-259-7474. 872-259-7474. Y'all know woke white women? Have you had black women? Do y'all have experience with woke white women? And is Ruthie, why are you making that face? Is it? And maybe I should call them liberal, because I feel like the woke white women come from the liberal stock. The back the blue women, we know where they at, right? We know where the back the blue women are. What are the characteristics of a woke white woman? Black women, have you ever experienced them at work? Am I crazy? What has been, Ruthie, why you keep giving me them eyeballs?
I'm just giving you the eyeballs. I mean, you bring up a very, very good point, Mace. A very good point.
Talk to me, because here's the thing. It pains me when I will defend any black person when the white folks come after him.
Mm-hmm.
And black women are the first ones. And I will be called, some white woman will come and call me misogynist or call me something, and black women will pile in. And it's like them same women would not invite you to their crib. Let's go, you know what, let's do this. We're going to take your calls. Give us a call, 872-259-7474. 872-259-7474. What's your experience with woke white women? We'll talk about it when we come back.
The Maze Jackson Show will be back after this break. AM 1570, WBGX Harvey, Chicago.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday.
Call in and say it with your chest. 872-259-7474. That's 872-259-7474. Give us a call and say it with your chest. 872-259-7474.
Hey y'all, this is Salim Muwakil from Muwakil's World. In case you missed the last discussion, this is what you missed.
There was a time when there was a large-scale mythology that African people had no endurance. We were only good for sprinting.
Right.
And that was our forte. Other than that, we were useless in marathon races. Establishing your patrimony on the land. If you bury the dead, that means that this land is forever in your family.
Who are our ancestors, really? We are the living ancestors to a whole genealogical line going back hundreds of thousands, millions of years that we carry within us living today. Everyone who preceded us. Mm-hmm. However, that conception took place, whether it was violently, with rape, or whatever the case, but we are them living today.
That's why it's important to understand our capacity, man. Our capacity is unlimited. We have unlimited potential.
Absolutely.
So make sure you tune in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1 p.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIIFTBP.
I think that the black community is starting to realize the mayor may not necessarily be an ally just because she is black.
Live from What's in It for the Black Media Studio.
Our representatives don't necessarily get a pass just because they're black. We've got a challenge in the black part of Chicago of holding black politicians accountable.
You're listening to The Maze Jackson Show.
This is Chicago, so I understand the Chicago way. I ask every day what's in it for the black people.
With Maze Jackson.
Come on, y'all.
You are listening to the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Todd Stroger. Characteristics of woke white women. First of all, I think you gotta go. Probably one of the biggest ones is University of Chicago. I think the University of Chicago runs the world in Chicago, quite frankly. And if you, no, I'm serious. I am so serious. I also think that LGBTQ affords a certain level of privilege when addressing black people, or the ability to undermine. Because, so let's go to the phone lines. First of all, black women, am I crazy? I think y'all be thinking I'm crazy. Let me give you a call, 872-259-7474. Let's go to Chuck. Chuck, you're on the Maze Jackson Show. We talk about woke white women. You ever met one?
Hello,
Chuck. Woke white women.
Yeah. My name is Ivan.
Hey, Ivan. What's up? That's not what the computer say, but okay, come on. What's up, Ivan?
Yeah, I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma, man, and want to tell you something. I know a whole lot of woke white women. I've been friends with one for a while, And let me tell you something. I had a situation where I have a tree removal service, right?
Yes.
And I employ all black men just about. But me and my brother had parted ways, so I hired a white climber. And so I'm gonna tell you what was funny, man. She came out to one of my job sites because she had sent me information. I was doing some work for her family. So it was a neighbor that came across the street and was like, it was the white boy was in the tree, right? And so the neighbor came across the street and said, okay, well, who is the owner, right? And so she ran up to him. It's him right here, but he pointed up in the tree because the white boy was in the tree, right?
Uh-huh.
And so she did all this, well, you know, I can't believe you would think that he's the... And I was like, hold on, because she was about to cost me a client, man. Trying to be woke. And I was like, I said, I got it. I got it. But she was supposed to cuss the man out. And she was like, well, why you didn't let me just say something to him? I think it's racist that he was thinking the white boy was in the tree. I said, I'm used to that. But you ain't got to take up for me. I know how to handle him. I said, because he's supposed to spend money. I don't give a damn who he think the owner is.
Right. Let me just cut this tree and go ahead and take care of my business. Right. Hey, first of all, thank you for listening to us from Tulsa. How you know us from Tulsa, Oklahoma, man? How you find us?
Sorry? What'd you say?
How did you find us all the way in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Man, you know what, man? I'm up getting ready to go to work, man. I'll be listening to your show all the time. I just ain't never called in. I listen to your show a lot, man.
Oh man, really? How do you listen to us? Where do you listen to us? On Facebook?
Live Facebook on Facebook.
Oh my man, I appreciate that. And what's your name one more time, Ivan?
Ivan from the Black Wall Street.
Ivan from Black Wall Street. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm the grandson of a survivor.
Really? You know what? We're gonna have to, Ivan, you know what? You're gonna have to call us back and we're gonna have to talk about that. And you know what? In memory of Mark Allen, we're gonna have to talk about Black Wall Street in Tulsa.
Yeah, my grandfather was actually there when it happened. My grandfather was actually there when the shooting started.
Man, did he survive?
Well, he did. I mean, he passed away in he passed away in 1995.
But he survived.
He was a survivor. Yeah, he was 95 when he passed away.
You know what? We're gonna have to talk about that. I bet you got some great history and some great stories and some great pictures. Well, not great, because I don't know if we call those great, but that story of survival. Hey, Ivan, we appreciate you tuning in, man, all the way from Tulsa, Oklahoma. And you make sure you call us back. We're gonna get you on here. Hey, y'all, this is the Maze Jackson Show. Let me go to Frank. Frank, you're on the Maze Jackson Show. Woke white women. Frank, I know you got something to say about these woke white women.
I sure do, my brother. And first of all, good morning to you, my brother, and brother Todd, and sister Ruthie.
Good morning.
And Sonia. Welcome back, Ruthie.
Thank you.
Ruthie, you stole my Lauren Underwood pick. I was dialing in, I stopped. She said, Lauren Underwood. I said, well, there goes that. Me and Ruthie think too much alike. That sister got a brain on her. And I love it. But listen, the woke white women, there are plenty of woke white women. But here's the deal, you know what I'm saying, as far as I can see, as a baby boomer, you know, they are woke white women when it benefits them. And they are sleek white women when it benefits them. The only time, like y'all said, they bag the black woman is when it benefits them. They have a chip on their shoulder toward the black woman the same way the white man has a chip on his shoulder toward the black man, because they see them as a threat. And it goes all the way back to slavery. They know what the white slave master was going down to the bottom to do with the black woman. There has been a threat to them, okay? Now, notice how it was not 51%, man, Brother Mays. It was 53% of white women voted for Donald Trump. What were they in the back of the black women then? Well over 90% of black women did not want to see this man president because they saw him for what he was. But did the white woman back them? No. This goes all the way back to slavery again. Well over 90% of white women, especially in the South, had no problem with black people being held in bondage, knowing full well all the horrors that were taking place towards them. They backed a slave master, white slave master, 100%. So what's the solution? As far as I'm concerned, we got to stop joining with them in the taking down of our people, because they get with the black woman, it be taking down a black man. Okay? That's the only time. Other than that, they're going to stick with the white man. If you got him, then you own your own in getting them. With R. Kelly, OJ, you know what I'm saying? They learned from OJ, you know what I'm saying, Soccer. They didn't get him because, you see what I'm saying, black women, white women didn't team with black women, okay? So they use that on Bill Cosby. Okay, they use black women to help take them down. They learn. So I'm not joining none of that unless I'm on the jury that I got to pass judgment on. We got to stop joining these people and taking down and attacking our people. To me, that's the answer to that.
Thanks, Frank. That was a good answer, man. I appreciate that. I think it was historical. It was thoughtful, and it brought woke white women. They are amongst us. I think we see them every day. They spend time sitting amongst us, smiling and plotting. And I think it's important that we recognize you got to start asking questions of when have you seen full-throated support of white women for black women in leadership? Just before you call me out, before you step to me, because I'm going to tell you, that any sister in distress, I'm in it if I can help. There's not really been a time. But I do think that as we continue to watch, and I'm starting to see it now, white people feel too comfortable plotting on us with us. Right? What white folks know is they can count on there's no retribution for disrespecting black folks. Like there's no, if we screw over a black person, guess what? There is no responsibility. Do you know that I know black elected officials? Check this out. I'm gonna tell y'all a story. And this is how it goes for white folks. I know black elected officials who have elected black elected officials in their neighborhood, in their ward, or in their district. And the white guy says, because my candidate lost and you made me spend this money, you have to pay me the money I spent. So you win and they still demand that you pay.
You know, every time you tell me something like that, I'm like, what? I can't believe that.
Man. And who would be some of the most powerful people you could imagine that we have.
Man, I ain't paying you nothing.
And it's interesting.
Shoot, I'm going to work. I'm going to be, what was it, Chris, who went to McDonald's? What's that, Calvin?
Calvin.
Yeah, I'm going to be Calvin if I have to. I ain't paying you nothing.
Well, understand, though, that white folks feel like, what is that statement? There is no right or power that a black person has that a white person is bound to respect. I see that.
Yeah.
White women feel the same way. They feel the same way. I mean, you can't look at you got to look at how white women do. Not the black people at the top of the ticket. But you know how I say, if you really want to know what somebody feels, look at what they do at the bottom of the ticket. Have you ever seen white women get behind a black judge? Have you ever seen white women get countywide? Have you seen white women as a whole, full-hearted throat support stand up? Can I ask a question?
When's the last black male judge countywide been elected?
Man, never. Never.
Probably
but I'm just saying, like, I was just thinking about the number one environmentalist, and I'm going to get in trouble, but I got to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Like, have we ever seen... So if you have a chemist and environmentalist, and then I'm going to let this go. Have we ever seen white women stand together in support of... Like, when is the last time you seen white women stand in support of a black woman? Like, press conference, black women at the lead, white women in the back, of all races, ilks, colors, organizations, etc.
Probably Kara Mosley Braun.
Think about that. Think about that. And I'm not talking about the Kim Foxes and the Tony Preckwinkles.
How come we can't count them?
Huh?
How come we can't count Kim Fox and Tony Preckwinkle?
Because the reality is those are the that's like supporting Obama. No, don't give me no diss to Kim and no diss to Madam President Tony Preckwinkle.
Like you sound like it's like an easy choice. It's like
it's like again, remember when J.B. Pritzker was like, I'm not sure if I'm supporting President Obama in the second term? Y'all don't remember that?
No.
Okay, so they've done a very good job of burying it, but there was, when Mitt Romney was running against When Mitt Romney was running against President Obama, J.B. Pritzker in the second term was like, I'm not sure I'm with him. I'll have to see. And it is the same. That's my point, though, right? Like, you can't count. Criminal justice reform is that's like the white folks banner to not have to do anything else, right? So you can be under the criminal justice reform banner. That gives you your street cred, and then you can go out and do. Didn't Kelly Cassidy say she wanted merit judicial selections?
Right.
She wanted merit judicial selections. Why? Because what would that do? That would then put qualified people in place. Think about the fact that white folks the most qualified black people with the most experience are often still looked down upon by those same white women.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess my question is, when have we seen white women wholeheartedly support black women the same way black women wholeheartedly support white women? See, when it's white women, it's for black women, it's we're women together.
Mm-hmm.
Like you described. When it's a black woman, she isn't necessarily guaranteed that same support. They'll look for the most qualified. It won't be women first.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's important that we think about these woke white women as they come through our neighborhood. They'll tell you I'm with Kamala. Well, who else when last time they had somebody black today take? Well, let me stop.
What about them giving money, though?
Huh?
What if they give money? They just are not, like, their faces are just not at the forefront.
Show it to me.
So you saying they don't even support monetarily?
No, you can look at the D2s and know that. They will castigate black folks for raising money, and they take money. Maze Jackson Show. I'm telling y'all, we'll be back.
The Maze Jackson Show will be back after this break.
Funeral expenses are costly. The Casket Store wants to help you save hundreds of dollars. You do not have to purchase a casket from the funeral home. Call now for a free in-home consultation. Call 773-445-6900. 773-445-6900.
AM 1570, WBGX Harvey, Chicago.
Hi, I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I'm running for U.S. Senate for the state of Illinois. I will never give up on inclusion and equality, prison reform, reduce property taxes, and economic opportunity for all. I want to get to know your neighborhood and the problem that you face every day. And I want to serve every man, woman, and child in the state of Illinois. A vote for me is a vote for you.
Paid for by Willie Wilson for Senate 2020.
Call in and say it with your chest. 872-259-7474. That's 872-259-7474. Give us a call and say it with your chest. 872-259-7474.
What's up, good people? Make sure you ascend into Muwakil's world every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. with Salim Muwakil, a.k.a. the Black Forrest Gump, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Back to the Maze Jackson Show.
You are listening to the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Todd Stroger. Hey guys, I'm gonna move on. Y'all, should Chicago continue to fund these anti-violence initiatives? We saw last year the city invested millions of dollars in anti-violence initiatives, and we saw the murder rate explode. We're up 50% over where we were last year. And I started to think about it as we talk about it, and I'm going to combine this with the fact that we have $200 million right now. The mayor is saying that she's going to cut in staff and salary. Now, let's be clear. Labor is not letting that happen. Let's be clear. Labor is not letting you cut $200 million of their staff. They just not.
Oh, they got no choice. They can't stop her.
Oh, well, she's signing her political end at that point, and I just think, having talked to some of the aldermen already, Labor is already putting the squeeze on. It's gonna be a tough one, Todd.
It may not be $200 million, but some people have to go. That's just the way it
Some
is
people
when you're
have to go,
in a big ass hole.
But dang, Todd.
I mean, this hole is huge.
Shoot,
there's no way you can just tap dance around it. It's like looking in the volcano and actually falling in.
Okay.
I've just never heard him say anything like that. I'm
Right.
shocked. That must be a big old hole then,
That's
right?
a big asshole if it's Todd. All right. Ooh. Got a space.
They should fund I think they should continue to fund
Okay, so
the
wait.
anti-violence stuff.
So we gotta cut a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah.
And so we gotta cut stuff. I think what do we cut? What do we save? And how do we do it? Let me just tell y'all. Did y'all see the mayor already trying to say we are reinvesting grants in healthcare? Like an $8 million grant ain't finna. These people about to go crazy. This corona, first of all, they need to double down on mental health. Cause this corona about to have people getting whacked in a minute. Let me also suggest stop it, Ruth. It's not funny. Increase on fees and services. Lawrence Massal says that the mayor doesn't need to cut it. She said he needs to increase fees, garbage, water, all of that stuff. But I want to go back to this violence.
Man, my water went up so much.
Mine too, man.
I'm like, what
it's
the
like
heck?
$300 a month or something.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. I'm like, how I get a $300 a month water bill? Good Lord.
Nobody on my block
that's a lot
waters
of
their
money.
grass anymore.
Man, grass? Nobody think about no grass.
That's why I was so mad when People's Gas came and did that pipeline project and put all that new side out there. Who gonna pay to water that side?
You know what?
They better come water that side.
And if you don't water it, it'll die.
My neighbor was like, y'all need to come put me a bush down. She had them come put a bush down.
Oh, you know what? I bet you if you pushed it though.
No, all you gotta do is just call and complain.
I bet.
Yeah.
That's all you gotta do.
Well, y'all call and complain. Call. So let me ask a question. Violence prevention, does it work? Has it worked? Or has it? My concern with violence prevention is two things.
Mm-hmm.
One, it seems to be a pay to play thing. I don't want to denigrate anyone, but what my thought is that it seems as though the goal is to put people who may be participating in the violence on the payroll so that they don't participate in the violence.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a sustainable model because if you need violence to make their job credible, right? So if I'm concerned about getting my check and my check comes from interruption of violence, then I gotta have something to do so I can make sure I keep getting my check. Now, these are my questions. Also, how do we define measurable results? Because if we were to look at this past year, we would have to say that whatever we did this last year did not work. Because we got a 50% increase in violence, even though we increased the amount of money that we invested. Then my question becomes, can outsiders fix it? And when I say outsiders, there's a few things that jumped out to me when I saw the violence. First of all, the appointment of Susan Lee, right, who was from L.A., who, if my source tells me, she was very instrumental in cleaning up L.A., but that was also during the massive exodus of black people from L.A. So it's now, like, that was also during the time when you saw, like, the black people being burned out of their homes in those communities, like Compton, switching from black to Latino, So it reminded me of the same thing when I saw the street organizations that were working and then that were on the city's payroll, and then were pulling people out of their cars, and it was black people being assaulted. You know, remember that whole story? I found that to be similar. Then I saw that when they talked about the gentleman that they hired, they named him as the person that was running Ceasefire previously, but the person that I knew that was the Norman Livingston guy, right? They remember he was from the North Side, and he was going to be the grassroots guy on the ground for the street organizations, and apparently he was supposed to be the point person. My question becomes, I've never seen a guy from the North Side be able to deal with the street organizations from the South and West Side. So it made me say, where is this guy? And the resume that he gave seemed to be very similar to that of T.O. Hardiman, who ran Ceasefire with Gary Slutkin, and we knew that that was somewhat of an effective program. But we find that Gary Slutkin and T.O. can't find their way back into the business, although they had the existing relationships, right? So now and then this is my last point. A majority of the violence interruption or prevention dollars were directed to Arnie Duncan. Now, Arnie Duncan spent the last 8 years in Washington, D.C. So my question then becomes, and during that time, we saw all of the black murders, etc. Why does he then become does violence become the violence in Chicago become under his purvey? Because Susan Lee came from him. Now, my challenge here becomes, is it that he knows how to fix the violence, or does he have the best relationships and the best script? Because remember, he got funded by Bill Gates' not Bill Gates, Bill Gates. Apple's wife. Steve Jobs' wife. So he gets multi-million-dollar foundation, and is that to experiment on black kids? The Magic Negro Conjurer? Now, I don't want to dump on the program and the participants, but I gotta ask, how does this work? And are we going to continue to invest in this space? Because my last thing is that it feels like when I watch this, that I'm going to say this again, our warrior class is being hired by our oppressors. So that when you have a conversation like this, right? It gets a little touchy. But has black violence become a profit center? When you see that Metropolitan Family Services got half of all violence prevention money last year, my question has to be, what was the review process? How do you measure success? And if the curve is going up, what's changing? It's the Maze Jackson Show. We'll talk about it more when we come back. Plus, it's the Washington, D.C. update.
AM 1570, WBGX Harvey, Chicago.
I'm Dr. Willie Wilson. Tax burden of the average middle-class American goes way beyond income taxes. There are sales taxes, real estate taxes, gasoline taxes, and many, many more. As an international businessman, I know that by reducing the billions of dollars we give to other countries, we could help fund our own country. We need to rethink our tax laws and lower the taxes for our own citizens.
Paid for by Willie Wilson for Senate 2020.
WIIFTBP.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality Black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe Black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of Black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
Call in and say it with your chest. 872-259-7474. That's 872-259-7474. Give us a call and say it with your chest. 872-259-7474.
Boys, step aside. The Radio Rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's In It for the Black People Media.
You are listening to the most dangerous show in the morning. This is What's In It for the Black People Radio. Maze Jackson. Maze Jackson, the most vociferous advocate for Black people in the world.
What's in it for the black people? Cause economically we are not equal. Waking up to lies, can't doze no more. I told y'all this, that dangerous show. Don't go to church if you ain't trying to help us. Don't even try to be around and can't protect us. We see the lies of the politicians. We need money, no symbolism. It's Maze and Sonia and Ruthie and Todd explaining how we all come from God, giving us tools to beat the odds. If we're united, our movement gon' start. They ain't tryna help us, they ain't tryna do nothing. We gotta do something, we gotta start running. It's time to confront the problem. Really, you expect your oppressor to solve us.
What's in it for the black people? All the lies we didn't heard before. Time to pay attention, you gotta do more than listen. Get some action with it on the count of three. Let's go.
You are listening to the Maze Jackson Show, so I want y'all to wake up, world. It's Maze Jackson, Todd, Stroger, Sonia, Escobar, Ruthie, Moore. We are all back in the building on the fathership. I'm going to move away from woke white women, but hey, y'all, what we going to do about this budget? Should we keep funding these programs? Ruthie Moore, you had a lot. You was winding up before we went to break. You looking at me like I forgot.
I totally forgot. My cousins. Related to the budget, so it's interesting enough that I kind of feel like I don't want to sit and discuss solutions because I feel like I should be getting paid through my consulting company to do things like that.
That's what I'm talking about.
But I'm happy to explore the depths of my brain to help us figure out how to get out of this budget if that's what we want to do. But I feel like I should be getting paid to do that.
See, now let me just say this.
Am I wrong? Like,
yeah, you are. Ruthie, we've got to all partner together to save our youth.
No, you're not wrong. They got money for that kind of stuff.
No, you got to work for the right people, though.
That's
right.
true.
You got to work for the right people, and you have. I'm going to say that what I have come to recognize is that these dollars are spent strategically. Right? They're not spent. They are not spent effectively. They are spent strategically. In some cases to raise up, in some cases to oppress. But my challenge becomes, what is a sustainable skill when those dollars evaporate? Because to me, the challenge is not, I don't know if violence interruption is a life skill. It's not It's like a dead end job. No pun intended.
Thinking about the cure violence model, which I have looked at from like a not only like a scholarly perspective, but also like the functional boots on the ground, ceasefire, let me come in and rap with you. I think the model is pretty solid because they've been able to take that model. It's global now. Like in war-torn countries, who are the best people to broker peace than the people that are actually on the ground? So I think the model is fine.
It's the people though. That's my point.
There you go.
So again, if you don't know anybody you ain't from Chicago, then stay up out of Chicago because you ain't never been to, like Tresh would say, I don't know. That goes back to my point of who does the mayor's picking for black people. Like, black people from Detroit don't do very good picking black people from Chicago. Black people from Iowa who share season tickets with Republicans probably doesn't have a deep well of knowledge of the who's who, especially if in your career your time was locking those animals up. Right? So anyway, violence prevention. I think we gotta, I like the concept. I'm concerned about the people. As I have maintained on numerous occasions, we do not have anybody that we know or trust in the mayor's office. We don't.
No, nobody I know.
Nobody that we know and can trust in the mayor's office. That's why you can see, I mean, just think about this. This is the same office that just sent a letter out telling black folks, telling the black aldermen, don't advocate for yourself. Let's go to the live line. Did I see Mark on the line? Let me go. Is he gone? Oh, Mama D, you on the Maze Jackson Show.
Hallelujah, greetings.
Hello, hallelujah.
This is Mama D.
Hey, Mama D.
How you doing today?
We good. How you?
Yes, yo, Mama D. I wanted to say happy Indigenous Native American and happy Indigenous Native Black American Day.
Hey.
We are twin victims of the American genocidal Holocaust, and in America, the leading leaders that are dying from the coronavirus. Yet, the day after Mayor Lightfoot discovered that blacks were dying, indigenous blacks were dying at a rate of 72%, and Latinos and whites were dying at 17%, they were tied, dying at 17%, and Asians were dying at 5%, she signed an executive order. And of that $800 million that she got from the federal government, she gave sanctuary settlers $100 million in small business loans. Each one of them got a check for $1,000 and 100,000 learning devices for remote learning. And she didn't give an indigenous native blacks not one dime. And all the programs, check it out. In all the programs, and getting back to that executive order, it guaranteed 19 coronavirus benefits. But anyway, she didn't give, check it out, when she came up with money for the violence prevention, she cut it 19 different ways and gave the favored good old boy organizations the same money. But then when it came to, and everything was black and brown from then on, but then when it came to giving out some money for Latinos, she just went crazy giving them money, and she said that she was going to give blacks mental health treatment and treat them for schizophrenia and what was the bipolar condition. But she never gave us any money for the virus. But this is how we get off the track. She throws a bone and hides her hand in another direction, and we go falling, running in the wrong direction, and always come up a day late and $1 short. And that's got to stop.
I
because ain't nothing in it for the black folks.
I wholeheartedly agree. There is nothing in it for the black people, and as we look at this budget and we look at what's going to happen with the budget cuts, we are going to find ourselves in we're going to find ourselves on the short end of the stick.
Can we do it without federal help?
No.
No?
No. I don't think so. But we got to wait for Joe Biden to get elected because we ain't getting nothing until then. Just real talk. You know how it go. And if they could slow it down, they're going to slow it down because I must crush you. If he dies, he dies. All right, let's go on. Let's move on. Let's talk about the Washington, D.C. update. Every Monday, we talk about what goes on in Washington, D.C. And I wanted to bring up a couple things. First of all, you see Trump is back on the campaign trail. In-person debate has been canceled. And what does the campaign look like over these next few days? Over these next, what it was like 3 weeks out? What does it look like? I'm going to be ready for this to be.
Getting there.
I'm ready for it to be over. And then I want to talk about Kamala Harris. It seems like they've been hiding her, quite frankly. She did her vice president debate, but, by this point, I would expect to have seen her all over the place, right? Flying around the country, holding, I have not seen her publicly whipping it up, and I think that the Democrats are a little nervous.
I think that's a campaign thing where they're like, there's a virus. We are going to downplay the campaign a little bit. Well, I shouldn't say downplay, but we're not going to be traveling around and popping up and all that stuff.
See, I look at it different. I look at it from the standpoint that they need to downplay her because they do not want to they do not want too much focus on. They got to walk a real balancing act, because I do think that the Kamala Harris puts woke white women and their hypocrisy on display, and they got to be careful, right? Because, again, they got to be careful that the woke white women who think they smarter than and better than and all of that don't look at Kamala as that should have been my spot, right? Because Joe Biden, every time he walks to the stage, he does the old man skip. And the old man skip is that skip you have when you was about to fall. So you kind of get your little skip hop. And he walks he's got the sunken old man walk, sort of. Mm-hmm. And so I think they got to be careful about the contrast,
the juxtaposition.
Yes, the juxtaposition of her vibrancy.
100%, Maze. I was gonna say that because if you put them together, they're gonna be like, "Ooh, we cannot have this black woman be president." Right. We don't think Joe gonna really make it.
That is the juxtaposition, and when they showed them 12 faces, you know how they got the meme of all them faces. Y'all, like we like it. We looking at it like, yes, like go on, girl. Look, we got we looking at it like Cosby. And white women are looking like,
you know what's
we can't take those colored women anywhere.
Maze, it's so crazy because I know how I remember you talking about like, no, we undecided until the last minute. You never know what's gonna happen. And I think that they're kind of banking on that. People are already decided. Let's kind of hide the candidates a little bit. Let's control this narrative so you don't say nothing crazy. We don't want Timberland Gate to happen no more. Just be cool. Let's do it virtual. And Trump is like, I'm getting in front of my people.
I want. Don't nobody want no off camera debate where they can cut my mic. Did you hear me say no? They can cut the mic and no. So, but I am telling you, there is the campaign. Y'all got it. Y'all. I think Bill Burr really brought something to Remy just said she be acting like his home care nurse, like Joe. But I do think that the challenge becomes for Kamala Harris, right? She is the picture of vibrancy, black girl magic, or
no? But see, that's it, Maze. It's a certain group of black people that want to talk to Kamala. Want to talk to her, and they ain't trying to get Kamala exposed to them black people that want to talk to her. That's why she got to just kind of.
That's why Mike Pence opened it up, right? I'm going to tell you, Kamala Harris is. I'm telling you, they thinking to themselves, right? When she came running down the steps to the. Remember when she did the swag down and then she called the Harris administration? Then during the talk, she was like, Joe and I.
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
But Joe, right. But can you imagine Joe and Kamala in a press briefing? Dad, now you know I can't wait to see if they win what Saturday Night Live is.
I have not forgotten that what she said about Joe Biden. Did she call him a segregationist?
Yes.
Okay then.
Find that. Because I'm just telling you, can you imagine when they have their meeting? Like, can you imagine at the press break, like this, she going to be like Dick Cheney. No, she is going to be the, she is going to be like the, she is, you going to talk about somebody who is waiting for Joe Biden to pass. She going to be like, hey, she going to have a check like every day. Like, hey, y'all. How's the temperature today? Did he get out of bed?
Listen, y'all see Pelosi already trying to amend the 25th?
Yep.
With the health.
So I'm just telling you, but that's the see, those are the things that I think you got to be careful of. Like that's another one of those white people motivators. Like you can ready to change first of all, and I think they got a problem because they said they want to change the number of people on the court. Right? And Joe Biden said, y'all don't deserve to hear that. See, I think Trump is hoping to get them out on the trail because Joe Biden talks, the longer he talks, he's going to get a repeatable moment. He is, man. And I think Kamala, she got so much to say. But remember, Ruthie, you weren't here. I got a good friend from Bolingbrook. His name is Nick. Nick is an American citizen. That's who Donald Trump was talking to. He's an American citizen. Mm-hmm. I said that one of the biggest fears that Democrats had to worry about.
A white American citizen?
No, he's an American citizen.
He ain't white?
Did Pence looked into the camera and said, American citizens, take it how you want to take it. Right?
I'll take it like this.
Exactly. Nick is an American citizen. I said that in the morning, I said what they've got to worry about is Kamala Harris talking to Grandpa Mike as an uppity negress.
Ooh.
Right? Excuse me, I'm talking. That's still my Grandpa Mike. Now, then Nick, because white folks ain't going to use the word uppity, as he was commenting but as he was commenting on the debate, he was like, she sure is smug.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, he used the word smug?
Yes. Ding, 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 ding. Uppity. That's white. That's American citizen code for uppity. And I am telling you that then when you heard Martha Raddatz be like, she doesn't deserve any protection. She is running for the vice president of the United States. Now, this is ABC. And then Cecilia Vega comes on and says, and did you see her facial expressions? Oh, those are going to be something else. And now let me tell you. See, this is where black people mess up. Not mess up. But this is when black people be like, yes, sister girl. Woke white women be like, oh, I can't believe she did that. Couldn't she get control of her facial expressions? Is that the black stuff that she... But I'm with Kamala. They got to be, I'm with Kamala. But when they go in that room... Because again, the woke white women are thinking to themselves right now, look at Country Joe. Do we really want 3.5 years of the sister girl, the woman of color in our face, reminding us We had them at the back of the women's suffrage movement, and now they have leapfrogged us twice.
But you know, I feel like we tried the calm black person with Obama. So now this is like the switch.
She's the switch.
She is the...
No, she ain't the... She is the...
That's what I'm saying. That's how they're going to portray it. I don't think that America will allow another calm black Obama to get in.
No, black America ain't. White folks won't. They don't want no.
But you see, they want a little sass,
but not uppity, right?
Exactly. There you go.
But that's why she can't be up there with Grandpa Mike, right? And Grandpa, and it like again, we gonna come back because she talked about Joe, and I'm gonna tell you. If you think about, like, if it was me, I'd be playing her clips on Trump and Joe. I'd be like, this is what she think about your grandpa now. No matter if he Democrat or Republican, we'll be back.
The Maze Jackson Show will be back after this break.
Funeral expenses are costly. The Casket Store wants to help you save hundreds of dollars. You do not have to purchase a casket from the funeral home. Call now for a free in-home consultation. Call 773-445-6900. 773-445-6900.
Hi, I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I'm running for U.S. Senate for the state of Illinois. I will never give up on inclusion and equality, prison reform, reduced property taxes, and economic opportunity for all. I want to get to know your neighborhood and the problem that you face every day. And I want to serve every man, woman, and child in the state of Illinois. A vote for me is a vote for you.
Hey y'all, this is Salim Muwakil from Muwakil's World. In case you missed the last discussion, this is what you missed.
There was a time when there was a large-scale mythology that African people had no endurance. We were only good for sprinting.
Right.
And that was our forte. Other than that, we were useless in marathon races. Establishing your patrimony on the land. If you bury the dead, that means that this land is forever in your family.
Who are our ancestors, really? We are the living ancestors to a whole genealogical line going back hundreds of thousands, millions of years that we carry within us living today. Everyone who preceded us. Mm-hmm. You know, however, that conception took place, whether it was violently, with rape, or whatever the case, but we are them living today.
That's why it's important to understand our capacity, man. Our capacity is unlimited. We have unlimited potential.
Absolutely.
So make sure you tune in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1 p.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
What's up, good people? This is Herb Howard, one half of I Said What I Said. Make sure you tune in every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. right here on What's in It for the Black People Media. It is intellectual thuggery at its finest. The blackest conversation, Herb Howard, Tucson Warner, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday right here on What's in It for the Black People Media. 1 to 3 p.m.
He is joining Chicago famous Mr. Rick Party.
I remember meeting the Brat before she was big. We were going to Jack the Rapper conference in Atlanta.
Jack the Rapper again.
So she's sitting, waiting for a plane. She got her braids in her hair, got her overalls on, and she saw me walk up to the gate. She's like, Rick Party, oh my God! She's doing all of that. I said, well, who are you? She goes, I'm the Brat. I'm a new rapper from the, I live on the West Side. I'm with So Def. I'm about to meet Jermaine Dupri. I did some on Chris Cross's song. I think it was it The Bomb or something like that? Or
Right.
Yeah. She did some on there. So that was my introduction to her. So she would come back to my show every now and then and help me introduce the Coke Top 99. I remember we played a home jam and had people judge her song, right? And some people like, it's all right, it's okay. And she's like, yo,
Wow.
Straight West Side, man. It was great.
Straight West Side.
Yeah, so.
Chicago famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Call in and say it with your chest. 872-259-7474. That's 872-259-7474. Give us a call and say it with your chest. 872-259-7474.
WIIFTBP.
I think that the black community is starting to realize the mayor may not necessarily be an ally just because she is black.
Live from What's in It for the Black Media Studio.
Our representatives don't necessarily get a pass just because they're black. We've got a challenge in the black part of Chicago of holding black politicians accountable.
You're listening to The Maze Jackson Show.
This is Chicago, so I understand the Chicago way. I ask every day what's in it for the black people.
With Maze Jackson.
Come on, y'all.
You are listening to the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Todd Stroger, Miss Ruthie Moore, as well as Escobar season has continued. That's right, Sonia Escobar. Hey, man, shout out to Book of Dawn, who can't rap. That's all right. They talking about for Spirit Week that they think they're going to have a better freestyle than us. We might not even freestyle. We might even write us a rap.
Oh, if we write it, it's over with.
Remy might have to produce it for us again. See, you know what?
Maze,
and
take
then
it up
Sonia,
a notch.
find that part where it say Sonia and Maze and Sonia and Ruthie and Todd. Keep that all the time so we could just make sure we just cut that for me real good. All right, y'all. What do y'all think is gonna happen with this election? Do you and I guess my question. So let me say this, and I'm gonna talk about it. I also released the What's in It for the. So we're gonna throw it out here. I released the What's in It for the Black People Voters Guide. If you have not seen it, it is available on my Facebook page, all the What's in It for the Black People Facebook page, the Maze Jackson page. We will have printed versions available as well as we will have digital copies that will be emailed. Are you part of our email list? If you are not, go to the Maze Jackson page and sign up for our email list. Sign up because we are going to be emailing the What's in It for the Black People Voters Guide out to everybody. Also, I need you to go, as they say on the bigs, and smash the like button. I like when they say that. So I need y'all to like the page. Look, a lot of you all are following the page, but I need you to like the page. We are trying to climb in the Facebook rankings, and we need you to like the page. Our engagement is off the chain. Did y'all check out Tennille's show this weekend?
Mm-hmm.
Minding Our Own Black Business.
She had a very special guest on.
This has been my interview week. So I did 2 interviews with Celine.
Oh, you were the very special guest?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
We talked business, though. We talked about business and doing family business. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw that business thing. That's why I didn't look. I was like, man, I ain't got no business.
I think if you nosy and you want to know more about Maze and Tennille life, you should watch the show.
Well, we are very much like the we're like hammer and nail, like when it comes to business. And we have been together for almost 20 years doing business, and a lot of siblings. Man, it was a.
Well, I'm all for watching siblings argue. I watch that.
It was, you know what? Most of the time, though, we don't really argue. It's like I'm kind of the big brother with the vision, and she is the executor, and we kind of know our roles.
I get you.
Right? And it's like we just talked about my crazy ideas, and her saying, like, I mean, imagine me coming home and saying, I need you to quit your job because the circus is now our client. We have 28 cities, and you're going to be flying to 28 cities a year. 3 times a year. It's cool. So it was, check that out.
But if she doesn't argue with you, I'm turning.
Well, then your turn. Also this week released the What's in It for the Black People Voters Guide. I'm gonna bring this in because I have skipped over our whole lineup. So with the What's in It for the Black People Voters Guide, some things I want you to note that will be different. With the What's in It for the Black People Voters Guide, our goal is not to tell you who to vote for, but to provide you with some backgrounds. And oftentimes what I've learned in the election process is the last thing that somebody puts in your hand, if you don't know who you're voting for, then you use that, right? For the vote for the races that you don't know. The other thing that's very important is that people skip over the most important part, which is the judges. So I think that one of the things that I do is try to make sure that we have an in-depth judges list. We did not endorse in the president's race. We'll leave that to people. I think the premise of the guide is what's in it for the black people. I'm not sure if we've still seen, if we get away from the lesser of two evils, I think that black folks have the ability to make their own decisions up. So I just decided to stay out of that, right? Because we got people on all sides of this issue. So we stayed out of it. You'll make your own decision. We won't judge you. I'm honestly, I'm ready for this election to be over.
Not me, because after the election, ain't the war supposed to start? I'm glad we can laugh about that, because I'm pretty terrified.
It is going to happen. It's just not going to be. We can talk about that. I think we'll save that for a different day. But we gave you a list of judges. One of the things I'm pretty proud of is if you got the first copy, I'm sorry, one got by me. One correction. So we did not support Ori Paczynski for retention. So if you got the one last night, I apologize. We removed that. We did also highlight, we did not support Cynthia Cobb. If you recall, Cynthia Cobb was the judge that basically put put the Supreme Court nomination in jeopardy.
Right.
And there has to be a consequence. I'm pretty sure she's going to win still, but I do think that there needs to be a consequence when you don't put the family first. Also, we are not supporting Judge Mauricio Araujo. He's resigned though anyway, so we just don't want to get him retained. We did not go against Judge Tooman. And I'm going to suggest that I'm not sure that I heard a credible reason as to why they did not support Judge Tooman. They said that he opened up the special investigation on the Juicy Smouye. And he was unslated because it was not the will of the Democratic Party. I mean, the media is alleging that it was because of him slating the special prosecutor for Juicy Smouye. I'm not gonna lie. I really do want Juicy Smouye to get it. I know it's not a big deal, but I do feel like he played the whole city. Not white Chicago, not black Chicago. And I just think like he should have done his penance and been done with it, pay his fine and go on. Right? But I am not sure that in the face of everything that has happened with the Democratic Party, with Speaker Madigan, and they have refused to even mention any of that, of it. I find it hypocritical that is the stand that they are going to take. Kim Foxx, as I said before, is a champion of our people, and I think she will win. I think it's going to be a tough election, but I think black folks are with her. I do not think that the party can stand by Mike Madigan in silence, Joe Barrios in silence, all of the scandal that we see in silence, and then try and take a self-righteous position. Look, y'all, when we come back, we'll talk about it some more. We'll talk about it some more.
The Maze Jackson Show will be back after this break. AM 1570, WBGX Harvey, Chicago.
He is joining Chicago famous because he is born and raised in the city of Chicago. He is famous. He is Chicago famous. Mr. Rick Party. Welcome to the show,
What's
sir.
happening for the show started?
Ricky!
So I had to figure out at that point, what am I going to do with my life? I would listen to the radio. Earl Boston was a radio personality, and I would call in all the time and ask him, hey, can you make a dedication to my girlfriend? Every day I would call him. He said, well, why are you calling me every day at 10 o'clock? You're supposed to be in school. I said, I'm sick, man. He said, to be honest with you, tell you the truth. But this man taking the time to talk to me on the other end of the phone every day, making dedications to my girlfriend who's in school while I'm out, that just inspired me just as a street kid, living, from Inglewood, Inglewood and Cabrini Green,
Right.
back and forth.
Chicago famous. 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
I'm Dr. Willie Wilson. Tax burden of the average middle-class American goes way beyond income taxes. There are sales taxes, real estate taxes, gasoline taxes, and many, many more. As an international businessman, I know that by reducing the billions of dollars we give to other countries, we could help fund our own country. We need to rethink our tax laws and lower the taxes for our own citizens.
Paid for by Willie Wilson for Senate 2020.
Back to the Mays Jackson Show.
You are tuned in to the Mays Jackson Show. I'm your host, Mays Jackson. Got my co-host, Todd, Stroger. Shout out to
Nice socks, Mays.
Thank you. These came in my old 5'4". I used to be in another clothing club. These come from 5'4". But you notice if you look down there, they got brown on them, so they're gold, so it all matches. I'm trying to coordinate. Don't forget, I'm gonna be on later with Leon today. So y'all check that out. I'm excited to be there. I was like, Dad, what I doing? I'm chopped liver. Hey, shout out
Chopped
to
liver. I just found out Ruthie went out of town and didn't bring me back a shirt.
Yeah, man.
You funny, Todd.
So I want y'all to pick up the What's in It for the Black People Voters Guide. It is important that you look at the judges. We have given you a list of judges all the way from the top to the bottom. If you got the list last night and you printed it out, please forgive us. We did not. We missed the Oriella Perchinsky vote. I have noticed that I've been getting a lot of reach out today. So few things. It seems as though people want to have it both ways. Y'all ever noticed that about What's in It for the Black People? And this is the challenge we have.
I want it both ways. I want ice cream and I want cake.
I like my a la mode too. Mm-hmm. But the thing I always find interesting is that the party and its organized and established people tend to ignore us for all advertising, for all outreach communication. But when they want to get the word out to black people, then they reach out to us.
Yeah, right.
Right? It's like,
yeah.
So we're going to participate economically and we're going to freeze you out. And then what we're going to try to do is use your blackness to leverage us and our goal. Now, Todd, it's a challenge for me that black folks, like, our liberation is always tied to Eminem. Some white folks. It just drives me nuts that I know we had abolitionists. I know Frederick Douglass had a white woman.
He had a black woman first. Never mind.
Then,
never mind.
I didn't know who the man was married to.
Because that black woman held him down for all of.
Oh my goodness.
But here's the thing. It's like our future. I don't do the new narrative, right? Like, so here's what we got. Here's what we find out. The Democratic Party has unslated a judge or two judges, coincidentally, because for 35 years they've been criminalizing our people for 35 years. And only after he asked for the investigation of Juicy Smouye are we now prosecuting? Or are we now throwing him out?
I don't think it's that simple. I think that it's also the current tide of society that we're living in and the idea of what criminal justice reform looks like, particularly from a youth-centered standpoint.
You so deep. I'm just saying. It's like, for me, the challenge is, it's like the hypocrisy of it all. The hypocrisy of it all. So they decide which movement they're going to use to activate politically. That's it. It's like, no. Have we heard remember when I asked last week, Ruthie, you weren't here for this. Can somebody tell me, name one issue that the Democratic Party is dealing with for black people in this election cycle? Give me one issue that we have substantively addressed in this election cycle.
You talking about national or state?
State. County.
Didn't we get a reparations ordinance?
Hell no. And we got a Latino in charge of it. And before we got a Latino as the vice chair of it. And before
we got a subcommittee.
Which is okay. But then on top of that, did you notice he got transgender passed on city applications before he got any reparations?
It is kind of funny that the smallest group are black folks on it.
Yes.
I think there's only 4. Is that right?
I mean, but that's why they put it in that committee, so it can always be, right? You don't put it in the black people committee where the black people dominate. You put it so that you have to say we can't get it done without Latinos. Black people can't get reparations without Latinos signing off. But that's this Democrat. See, Ruthie, all this don't like these all the same people to me.
I know what we got.
What?
Those electric scooters. They have done a really good job of putting those on the.
They are all over, aren't they?
That's what we got. Electric scooters.
I know I'm old now
because
they go too fast. I'm not getting on that thing. I'll fall off, break my hip.
Yeah,
we got. I mean, hey, we gotta get the.
So pick up the "What's in It for the Black People" voters guide. People have been reaching out to me. Where's the list? We'll have printed copies available as well. I'll put them on. We'll also sign up go to the Mays Jackson page, sign up for our email list, and we will email you a copy of it. We'll email it out later on today. If you are looking for it, you're looking for a list of judges. So did you ever tell me what you think is gonna happen with this election? What you think is gonna happen with this election, Ruth?
I think that plot in Michigan that was going on. So this is my theory. I think that was, how everybody been talking about, it's going to be a war. I think that was a kickoff plot. So what does it look like? Who strikes first in the battle? And I think that was a first battle strike to kind of, honestly, my theory is, I went a little bit down the rabbit hole with this, this is just a theory, but I think it might be a hoax to kind of get people up in arms a little bit.
I thought about that too,
but I
don't think the governor thought that.
That governor didn't, but I think it was a. Never mind. I don't want to say too much about it because I don't want to be sleeping with the fishes myself. But but I think that there's a larger.
I don't think those white guys can get that far without us noticing.
I think it's a scare tactic in a sense.
On whose side? Democrat. So I thought, let me tell you, I don't want to
speak no more.
When I saw it, I thought that it was I did think it was coincidental. I thought that it fit the narrative of what America. I feel like there is a fear component to this election that people are driving on both sides. On both sides.
Man, this ain't started. That started a long time ago.
Yeah,
actually, that started right after the election. I told you, Claire was at OSM, and one of her teachers was crying. She cried the whole day.
I believe it started.
She apologized to the kids, though.
I believe it started at after Obama, though.
Ooh.
Like when Obama was elected, I believe that all of these things started opening up. I'm gonna also tell you that when he didn't crush that rebellion in Wyoming or wherever that was, when them white boys was like, we taking over the federal land, they was like, they ain't got the guts to do it. I think you crush domestic terrorism like that. He should have crushed that as a threat to America and gave.
I thought so too.
I mean, I would have crushed
Absolutely.
them, right? Like, I would have crushed that. I would have sent the federal troops in, and because the Civil War you're fearful of is only a few weeks away, in my estimation.
And then for them to be doing that in a private Facebook group, like, that is very interesting.
That's the way they communicate now is through the internet. Though.
I'm saying it's interesting because now you see the pushback against the larger tech companies for them being, quote unquote, able to harbor domestic terrorist activities. And so I just think
how did they get away with that? You can barely put anything on Facebook nowadays.
That's my point exactly. Do we really think that group has not been being monitored? Come on now.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think there's just a lot of questions I have. Like, how did they? I think it was one of those things whereas they controlled the plot and they let them keep moving, but it's all controlled, meaning they knew which they knew. They gave the boy. Remember they gave that dude the fake bomb.
Yep.
I think it's one of those things where they kind of let you walk on through the crime, but at all times they really kind of watching.
Yeah. Maybe they spoke in code. I don't know. I didn't read it.
I'm in the box with you, Ruthie. I think that this is coincidental. I think that the Democrats are right now.
I don't know. What do you mean by you say coincidental? I guess that's my real question.
I think that they are pulling out all stops to scare Americans into.
Who's they?
So I feel like both sides are at it.
Yeah.
I feel like both sides are at it. I watch too much of what's Homeland and all of these other shows to know, like, to believe that there's, and then watching this social experiment. So
it's crumbling. The American experiment is crumbling.
Nothing lasts forever.
Man, I think we could be living in the end of it. I just am.
I'm moving to Paris. Canada's just not far enough.
Can I tell you what? When you go to talk to the Black Parisians, you're a little dark. Right, make sure you wear American sign on you because I went to Paris.
Man, I'm so American, it's ridiculous. As soon as they see me, they be like, "Oh, he's an American."
No, they won't. Let me tell you, I went to Paris. I was walking around with my Obama shirt on.
Ooh.
They had to know you were American then.
No, the hell they didn't. They stopped me 3 times, and I had to show ID 3 times.
With your Obama shirt on?
Yes. And what happens in Paris is it's in rings, right? They have circles. And they put all the poor people out in the suburbs. And then you ride the trains in. And like
I look a little more American than you do, Maze. I'll be all right.
Okay. That's exactly how they start, right? It's like, see, I'm just saying, he's an alpha too, right? He was like, this paper bag. We'll be back after these messages.
AM 1570, WBGX Harvey, Chicago.
Hi, I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I'm running for U.S. Senate for the state of Illinois. I will never give up on inclusion and equality, prison reform, reduced property taxes, and economic opportunity for all. I want to get to know your neighborhood and the problem that you face every day. And I want to serve every man, woman, and child in the state of Illinois. A vote for me is a vote for you.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality Black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe Black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of Black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
Shop
Keep it Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your Black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday.
WIIFTBP.
I think that the black community is starting to realize the mayor may not necessarily be an ally just because she is black.
Live from What's in It for the Black Media Studio.
Our representatives don't necessarily get a pass just because they're black. We've got a challenge in the black part of Chicago of holding black politicians accountable.
You're listening to The Maze Jackson Show.
This is Chicago, so I understand the Chicago way. I ask every day what's in it for the black people.
With Maze Jackson.
Come on, y'all.
You are listening to the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Todd, Stroger, Miss Ruthie Moore, and Sonia Escobar. Where does the time go, Ruthie? You make the time fly.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Or when you got to share the mic with 3 people.
You're right.
Oh, so funny, Maze.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
It's because we spent half the morning talking about your outfit.
Oh, dang. We did, you know what? You see, and I took my what is it, staple?
He got to show y'all all the parts of his ensemble.
This is my La Familia t-shirt. I think I'm going to wear it on later with Leon today. Right? Roses. Just give you your roses before I put you in your grave.
Ooh.
La Familia. All right. All right. Oh, my God. I'm not going to even talk about the thing I was going to talk about, but I was going to talk about this thing. Did y'all see Chris Welch on Chris Welch yesterday was on Flannery Fired Up. And this is part of the reason why it's just so hard for me to take the Democrats seriously in Cook County. He was defending why he canceled the Madigan hearings until after the election, right? And he suggested that that they were politicizing it, right? That they were using it, that the people that were pushing this hearing were politicizing the hearing.
Yeah.
None of them really have, let me back up. So then Mike Flannery pointed out to Chris Welch, Representative Welch, shout out to Representative Welch, that as the chairman of the committee, was he concerned at the appearance that since January he had the most job requests by Speaker to the governor's office and seconded by Speaker Madigan. Because they were saying, like, do you think you have any conflict of interest, etc.
What's that mean? It means he sent somebody's name and said, I think he'd be good for this job?
He has requested the most job requests from the speaker has been from Chris Welch. Right? Like
Chris Welch sends the speaker a name and
job
says,
request.
this guy
right.
would be good
5,
for a job.
He said,
okay.
Right? So the most for the year have been from Chris Welch that are documented, right?
Uh-huh.
2 of which were his own family members. Now, that then gives the appearance of impropriety just a little bit. So then the host, Flannery, asked, so I took it off to stop rustling, and you going to do it?
Yeah, but I'm only rustling because you're talking.
Representative, then the commentator asked, well, Representative Welch, are you concerned that 2 of the 5 people that you recommended include your wife and your mother? Right? His response was no, because I requested, the people that I requested was 5 black women. That was his literal answer.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's because of 5 black women that I'm going to now no longer pursue this trial of the speaker, because I gave the use of the 5 black women was very disconcerting to me. I mean, and he emphasized it. I said I was gonna tape it. To put 5 black women in front of the credibility of the Illinois, or lack of credibility for the Illinois General Assembly, was just distasteful to me. Especially in this woke white women conversation. Can you tell me any black women who are in leadership in the speaker's apparatus or organization, not voted by black members, but in leadership positions? Can you name any?
Wait, you said a black woman.
Black women in leadership positions. Probably not.
Probably not.
Can you name any black women that the speaker has helped make wealthy?
Nobody I can name. Ruthie, you keep up with all women.
Every time Maze asks for examples of black people, like in certain, like the city or the county or the state, I legit be looking.
So, Ruthie, let me ask a question as a black woman.
Uh-oh.
How do you feel protecting Speaker Madigan? How do you feel as a black woman being positioned to black folks as the reason that Speaker Madigan is being protected?
So depending on who the black woman was, I would have to ask myself, what has Mike Madigan done for me over the years? How much money has he put into my pocket? And I think that's how people probably would answer that question.
But I guess if you're a black man and you say that the reason that you are stepping up is for 5 black women.
That's because, remember, the whole idea now is that black women are unprotected and black men need to protect black women. So, people be hijacking narratives and making them fit to their own devices.
Just imagine this. Do y'all understand how disgusted I had to feel to just, I'm not even tripping, but just to know that, like, literally we use black women. So this for me is the challenge, in that here's this guy assaulting our community. He has physically assaulted our community for 40 years. And the protection of that assault is black women. And if I was to step up and stand up and fight for, it would not be me coming against Mike Madigan. It would be against black women. I thought that was so poignant yesterday.
Psychological warfare, Maze.
I'm not crazy, y'all.
You not crazy.
I feel like it, though. Hey, y'all, this is the Mace Jackson Show. Sonia says we got to wrap it up.
Dang, Sonia.
So, I know Sonia be running around here like she the boss. All right, y'all. So, y'all make sure y'all check me out on Later with Leon. But for my co-host, Todd Stroger, for Miss Ruth and Moore, and for Sonia Escobar, I am the host of the Mace Jackson Show, asking every single day, what's in it for the black people? Hey, Ruthie, my friends, my other friends, they told me to tell you, you better say happy Columbus Day.
Happy Columbus Day. In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
And he had some black people in the hull, and we wasn't happy with that at all. Hey, y'all, and if you don't like it, you can still tell them. Mace said, we out of here. Peace.
AM 1570, WBGX Harvey, Chicago.
WIIFTBP.
What's in it for the black people, cause economically we are not equal. Waking up to lies, can't doze no more. I told y'all this, that dangerous show. Don't go to church if you ain't trying to help us. Don't even try to be around and can't protect us. We see the lies of the politicians. We need money, no symbolism. It's Maze and Sonia and Ruthie and Todd explaining how we all come from God, giving us tools to beat the odds. If we're united, our movement gon' start.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday.
I was going to ask you, so growing up, did you ever have an old racist family in your neighborhood? Did you have one live next to you or one down the street? Just somebody's house that you know on the block, you didn't want to go nowhere near that house. The neighbor who was directly behind us had a real problem coming outside seeing my white mother and my black father.
We got us the gun line.
This dude built an 8-foot fence, more like 10 foot.
So they put up the Huck Finn joint.
Exactly. That shit looked like a castle. You know, my dad, he's a big guy, football player guy. My dad guy who walks over there.
Old school
and then
black.
he's like, you know, yo, I don't appreciate these apples in my yard. He's like, motherfucker, we don't even have an apple tree. These are your apples.
You like apples?
Your kids are throwing apples over here. Okay, there's that little space, but there's still a fence. So they're right there looking at each other.
Tell them about the gun line, boss.
And I said something like, yeah, Dad. And that dude said, shut up, you little monkey. Leroy stuck his hand over the fence. You're gonna die, clown! Grabbed dude by the neck. Run. And proceeded to pull him halfway over this fence. Like, finish him. Mrs. Wheeler comes running out. Oh, Leroy, don't do that. It's not worth it. Blah, blah, blah. My dad was getting ready to kill this dude. And within 6 months, that guy moved away.
Don't cross the gun line, boss.
Right, the gun line, boss.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIIFTBP.
Live from your studio. You're listening to Book of Dawn. Book of Dawn with Dawn Millhouse.
Oh, we're on? We're on. Ladies, you know how it is. I'm just making sure I wore the right bra. Good morning, sunshines.
And
Good
I'm just
morning.
uplifting, like, good morning.
Good morning, Lisa E.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, Escobar. I like saying that name. That name sounds like old money.
Man.
Good morning, Maze Jackson. He said, rah, 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 rah. Like he said, he's grumpy bumpy. Are you grumpy today, boss? No.
He just gave us a side eye. I said what I said.
May said it. Good morning.
Thank you.
Right. Good morning, Ron Rilla. Ron is in here trying to help 2 50-plussers, 100-something together, learn technology from a millennial. Praise God for Jesus. Thank you, Ron. We appreciate you. Hopefully we'll be good students and
yes,
you'll be proud of us. Good morning, sunshines. I'm Dawn Millhouse. Did y'all know that?
No.
I'm Dawn Millhouse. You see Lisa E., you see Esco. Maybe you don't see her, but you hear her. You're tuning in for another page of the Book of Dawn.
We could do remember Romper, Stomper, Bumper. Now that's really telling.
I see.
Right. I'll see you again in Romper Room.
You're listening to it. You are now reading, listening, tuning in, shouting out another page in the Book of Dawn from What's in It for the Black People Media Studios. And we got a big couple of weeks coming up,
man.
Yo.
Tomorrow, what are you talking about?
Hey! I just want y'all to know this. I'm not fanning out. Hold on, grabs air. Did you see he reposted my story? Because that's my friend. That's my friend.
You really do know him.
When he reposted it, I was like, screenshot. I don't even know why I was excited. I've known the man 30-something years. Like, I'm the godparent of one of his children, but it still was exciting.
Yeah.
When you see that little blue verified thing pop up, I was like, yes. And then we have, Teddy's show is going to have to turn into a What's in It for the Black People Media docuseries because it's way too much to fill in for 1 hour, 2 hours, or 30 minutes.
So much.
He's a 7-month series.
Yeah.
I have so many questions. So
love
many.
Teddy.
Hey, let me know what questions. Hey, if you guys have questions for Teddy that you think are informative, don't ask me to ask my friend about no bull junk, because I'm not going to do it. But if you have good questions, please put them in the comments or DM somebody from the squad. Me, Maze, Esco, Lisa, Ron, somebody. Then we have Mark Nelson, who is was a member of As Yet and Boys to Men.
Yep.
On Wednesday, Dave Jeff, a culture curator of the city, who has a partnership with Puma. And a dope spot, Alpha Space. And then Thursday, Sam Silk, Chicago-born, now top radio personality, entrepreneur, philanthropist. I mean, that.
Yeah, he just opened up like his third restaurant. He has a second book out, and he's just a good dude.
I read his second book yesterday. It was really good. I didn't know it was the second until I read it, and then it talked about the other book.
Yeah, Sam
but
is
it's
he's a goodhuman.com.
Facts.
Yeah,
and then we're supposed to have one of the homies from 79th Street in on Friday. I want to say it because I don't want to pigeonhole him until he says yes.
We got a couple little fun question mark people, also comedy actors, but they're still pending right now. So
so it'll be good. Tell your friends to tell your friend. Tune in or whatever in my millennial voice. What'd you do this weekend, Lisa?
Well, I started off Friday. I went to Dead Rising Haunted House in Crestwood. It was. I did an interview. I'm going to post that on my Facebook page today. I did I did an interview with the owner, and it was pretty. Some of it was pretty creepy. They've been there for he's owned those for 30 years. He was also on Oprah's show because he does skulls and makeup and all the scariness. So I got to go backstage with the costumes and the makeup. It was pretty cool. So. Yeah, I got a little bit scared, and
I thought they weren't open.
Well, see, that's the thing. No, there's different ones, so you have to go and check. And one thing, the other one I'm going to be going to in Indiana is called the Haunted Hospital. That one's like one of the top 13 scary ones in the country. But like what they did in Crestwood, they only let your party in together. Then they wait like a few minutes before they even let the next piece. So you're not, how in haunted houses, people are right behind each other. They check your temperature. Then you have to stand in line. They spray you with hand sanitizer. Well, they do it. They have like the spray hand sanitizer, but they do it cool because they have some of their creepy monsters. So they make it fun. But they make everything very safe. You have to wear your mask throughout the whole thing. They have somebody that sits you down and kind of goes through it, but it's part of the thing. You feel it's creepy, but it's fun. And then when you're halfway through it, they have somebody else that puts more stuff on your hands just to be safe. And we got to go first. My artist and I, Sean White, we're trying to look for some places for a video shoot. We went first, so we had like the whole place to ourselves. So, which was not a good thing because I get pretty scared.
It was just you guys.
During the
day or at night? Did you go during the
No, it's at night. Yeah, it's only at night. But like a lot of them are closed because some of them, the way that it's set up,
it's just
too confined. But the ones that are spacious, so you just have to look online and see which ones are open and closed this year. So, but it's fun and everybody's practicing safety, and so it's
I'm gonna date myself, but the last haunted house I went to was at Old Chicago.
Dang.
You probably don't even know what it is. It was an indoor amusement park. It was in Chicago, an amusement park on like the west side.
They had a haunted house there?
Hell yeah. It was scary than a mug. Old Chicago was the last haunted house I went to. And the last scary movie I saw on purpose was Halloween at the Rhodes Theater on 79th Street.
Do you want to see something really scary? Let me get out my checkbook. Wait, and then I'm not giving the finger, but look at this.
She is flipping the bird.
I burned myself on my toaster oven. I've never done that before, and I was going to put a post, but I didn't want people questioning me saying,
how deep did you put your finger?
I just made a
middle finger.
I made a waffle, and I burned it, and then I ran out of my aloe, so I have a major blister. It blistered up so fast. It didn't even let me get to cold water. That stuff said I'm blistering, and so my point of it was I was going to put a post like, even though I might know my toaster oven, at whatever time it burns you, and I was going to post it, gearing people, you never know. Sometimes people, you You never know. People may burn you also. So.
Well, wait. Let's roll back to old Chicago.
Yeah.
This shouts out to Maze. It was in Bolingbrook.
Wait, did Maze just put that on there?
No, I just
Oh,
Googled
okay, yeah.
It
was in Bolingbrook?
It says it was in the Chicago suburb of Bolingbrook. So they were kind of like the people that live outside Chicago. They claim Chicago. So it was in Bolingbrook,
so it was in the
but
brook.
they called it Old Chicago.
It was the
Got a
brook.
pumpkin patch out there. I just went.
Yeah. But you see how the suburban people have always claimed the city? You
look.
I'm just hey.
Well, no, Bolingbrook people though claim the brook. That's one thing.
Well,
Bolingbrook,
Chicago.
Yeah.
I told you 3, 2, 1, enter me.
Oh, I can't.
See, that's why we got right. That's why he's like our own roller coaster. He's like, we got twists and turns with Maze. So.
Oh yeah, it's so funny.
What's
Ain't
that
not
show
like
where someone just walked in?
I don't know, but I can't with him.
Wait, a show where somebody walked in.
Oh, Seinfeld. Remember Kramer?
Hey, and look, Book of Dawn people. It's some like friendly competition going on in this mug. Why did Ruthie Moe tell me today that the Maze Jackson show could rap R-A-P, not rap gifts, W-R-A-P.
No, that's what I told them.
Rap better than our crew.
Yeah, they said they were better rappers. I said only gift rappers. Yeah, no, not us. Yeah.
You're listening to the Book of Dawn, the best rappers on the What's in It for the Black
Tell it
People
like it
Media
is,
family.
son.
Wrap your mind around that. We'll be back.
WIIFTBP.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality Black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe Black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of Black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
Are you curious to explore the intellectual currents that channel our thoughts and frame our reality? Have you ever meditated for relaxation and accidentally discovered the universe in the process? These matters and many more you may never have even thought of will be yours to explore as you come with me into Muwak Hill's world. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1. Right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIIFTBP.
They always be waiting. They know I'm going to snap out.
Go, Dawn. Go, Dawn. Book of Dawn is going on.
Oh, my Jewish auntie just from Jersey. Welcome back. You are tuned in to the Book of Dawn on What's in It for the Black People Media. Listen, shouts out to Go Ladies. I watched the new show on Saturday. It was freaking terrific.
Oh, yeah. I watched some of that, too.
And I watched Tennille. Her voice is butter.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh. That was so freaking dope.
And Tennille's a great person to do that. Like, she's very informative, and she's got a lot going on.
Yeah. So here's the thing. We used to say 5 days. Now we can say 6. Mess around, May's going to have Reverend Pastor Dr. Lenny Love in here on a Sunday. Okay. Amen. Hallelujah. And I can come in and do the communion. How about that part? Shouts out to Africa Porter. She's watching. She will be my first woman crush Wednesday. Yeah, she's coming up next week.
She's very sweet. She's
super
a
dope.
Great person.
Super dope. High Park. Shameless plug. Happy birthday, Ken Walker. He's one of the good guys in blue. A police officer and a beautiful wife and family. one of the good guys. I'm sure he's looking forward to retirement because you know y'all be wilding.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to Paula Irvin Rice, Rice Irvin. You know the Irvin family.
Yeah. Michael and all them.
Basketball
Yeah.
legacy. It's sister friend's birthday. Happy birthday, DJ Darren Gross. You know it's his birthday as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. You never know because he's got like 9,000.
DJ Surprise.
Yeah, he's got like 9,000 Facebook pages.
Yeah.
So, but it's his real birthday.
Right. I know him by right.
Yeah, that part.
Happy birthday.
And we got Gina Lamar talking about sex, all things oral today. But it made me think about when you said you were alone in a haunted house. I wonder what sex in the haunted house would be like. Or do people feel like it's haunted sex in their bedrooms already? I just wanted to put that out there. Okay, we don't even have to stay there. I just had to, it made me, some cuss words.
We got to get that for a profile picture. Wait, we got to take a picture of her doing that.
I'm just saying, some people that have sex at home feel like it's haunted. But then you said being alone in a haunted house. I wonder, would it be scary and creepy and...
and you're just in
what's
the room by
strangest
yourself.
place? We should do that next week.
Strangest place
you've
you
had sex. Write that down. That's next week.
I thought you were asking me. I was like, I plead.
Nah, don't tell me.
I plead the fifth. I don't even do that. I don't even know what that is.
I ain't gonna. I ain't trying to tell my bedroom business, but me and Mr. Millhouse are pretty creative. Just so you know, moving right along.
That's why. Hey, that's why she got that ring. Show them the ring. Camera 3. Right.
Oh, and my anniversary's coming up. It is November 12, 11/12. Next year's our golden. We'll be 12 on 12.
Wow.
Isn't that cool? So, I don't know. Mr. Millhouse, if you're listening, I heard that Hermes was having a sale on Birkin bags. Dang. Nah, for real, they do have a dope camouflage bag that's out. I looked at the price and I was like,
your husband, you do get some good surprises.
I do.
Yeah, he is.
For sure.
Yeah, Mr. Millhouse, I will say, because I've seen his work and he does some good work. Yeah,
facts.
He is, and some guys aren't like it has nothing to do. We're saying a man is bad, but there are some men that are just really creative and good with surprises, and your husband is one of them.
Yeah, I remember one of our first dates, and I'm not going to spend the whole show talking about him, but we did a picnic at his house. It was so dope and living. It was very, very sweet. Speaking of winners and champions, apparently the Lakers.
Right, and I was going to wear my special Lakers shoes, but because Lakers are my second favorite team. I'm a Lakers fan forever, of course.
I'm not, but okay.
No, Bulls have been always number one, and then the Lakers have always been, I love the Lakers. But so it's their 17th championship. The Lakers are now tied with the Celtics for the most NBA titles ever. Of course, spoiler alert, if you didn't see it, turn your volumes down. But Sunday, of course, they won 106-93 over the Miami Heat, which I also like the Miami Heat, in Game 6, and LeBron James now has 4 titles. So, and the only bad thing, and we understand people go crazy over that, but people went a little bit overly crazy. I was watching the news and was listening on my way here, and, it turned into some really bad violent and looting. Early this morning, there was a fire started on a city bus. A man's hand was blown off by fireworks. Even though the mayor, they said that they were begging people to please stay away because of coronavirus. And they said people stampeded, by the Staples Center. And, they had fire started on seats, by just everywhere. I mean, it was just crazy. So they said that one person was taken to the hospital, burned at least, that was the one that burned off at least one of his hands. They said they don't know if he lit the firework or was hit by one. And so then they closed down some of the freeway exit ramps into downtown to stop more fans from arriving. So you call it freeway too. You always call it. It's the expressway, right? We call it the E-way or the expressway. Donnie calls it freeway. She always does.
I'm gonna add that to my list.
Right, freeway or expressway.
Yeah, I gotta. Or in your black speak, expressway, because black people don't even say X. They be like, "You on the expressway?" No,
right.
I'm on the freeway.
She said, and it's never the exit's coming up. It's like, where you going?
Right.
Right.
They like you.
Now the toll road, we
expressway.
just say I call it the toll road because that and nothing free or express. Yeah.
Oh, the tollway?
No, it is expressy.
Tollway.
It's
Tollway.
expressy, but it's costly. The toll road. Yeah, they don't
road?
get the tollway. I just call it. I'm on the tollway.
It is the-
Well,
no,
no,
it's the
I don't
toll
even say
road.
that. I just no, but I don't say that. I just say I'm on 294. I don't know. I always just say 294.
Oh, misdirection, lady. I'm on 294. I'm like,
Well, I don't know direct. Yeah, I just
The
know
Dan
294.
Ryan.
Yeah, I say I like
Dan
the Ryan.
Ryan.
I do like the Dan Ryan.
Yeah, I do too. Dan Ryan.
I-55 is the one I don't like. That one always has a million people. That's what the
It gets sticky.
Yeah, that goes towards Bolingbrook, doesn't it?
If we were on before 9, we could do a traffic thing.
Yeah, we don't want to do traffic.
We don't wanna
Yeah,
do
but
traffic.
yeah,
I always wanted to be a traffic girl.
I'll give you a traffic one. You can do a traffic. I'll write one up for you.
I
the
do
next
traffic
day.
when they play Blow the Whistle. When Too Short song come on, I have a whole whole thing. If we play the instrumental,
Stevenson. Right. That's the Stevenson Express. Maybe it, you know what? I bet it's always traffic on the Stevenson because they're probably trying to find old Chicago.
I don't
in
think they call
Bolingbrook.
it the Stevenson anymore.
No,
Do they?
I-55. But I'm just
Oh,
saying.
okay.
I'm saying because it's going
just
towards
told on
Bolingbrook.
yourself.
Now I was just saying because it's Bolingbrook. That's why it's traffic.
Pop, pop, shots fired.
Right, all of a sudden the doors open. Get her out. Get her out.
She's got to go. Hey, listen, just completely off subject, but did you see Roll Tide? Did y'all see Alabama on Saturday?
I did not, but
Okay.
do tell.
We won, of course.
Of course. Well, yeah.
Okay. And LSU lost again. But I segue Alabama into yesterday's Kansas City game, because you know Kansas City is one of my favorite teams, the Chiefs.
Yeah.
But the Vegas Raiders beat them, and the bonus baby plays for the Raiders, Henry Ruggs III, and made a super dumb, sick catch yesterday. It was a good game.
I saw some of the highlights. Yeah.
They beat KC.
Yeah.
I mean, they beat the
I
reigning
like
champions.
KC too. Yeah.
By the way, they were talking this morning about how many people have tested positive for COVID and the disparity between what the NBA did versus what the NFL has done, and how the boss man's got some splaining and decisions to make. He got some splaining to do, Lucy.
Well, and the thing is, too, they play outside. The football, everybody keeps saying that you cannot really get, when you have the gatherings, they have these outdoor gatherings. Well, if you're outdoor, you don't have to wear your mask. But then how is it all these NFL? They play outside. So
well, I mean, there's a gabillion more players on an NFL team.
True. Very true. Yeah. You're right.
One of my daughter's best friends is a trainer. They're seniors. She's interning for the Colts, and she said that the Indianapolis Colts now they do practices, but they don't go to games, and they have a limited number of people, actual trainers that can participate in the actual games and go to the games and work at the games. So some teams are being proactive, but the problem is it's not a controlled environment. And although I didn't like science, I like science of people. That's why I have a degree in marketing, but Petri dish, like it's all just we just living in a big damn Petri dish.
Yeah.
The whole world. I saw Europe cases are going back up. It's about to be fall. For me, I have allergies, I have sinus, and I'm in perimenopause. And if you Google all the symptoms, every day I'm like, oh shit, I gotta go take another test. Like I know they think I'm a drug addict. I'm like, can you take I know I had one yesterday, but can you take another one? Like,
right.
I needed like a COVID EPT test.
She's back.
If we could just pee on it every day and get
somebody
3 lines and determine.
Right. Yeah.
Did I just say that? And somebody might take that idea, Mr. Millhouse, if you're thinking, because that would be a great friggin' idea, wouldn't it? It's like COVID EPT. Got it. Stay in the house. That would be dope. Girl, did you just put your? I might have just came up with the next
I'm not
big
a scientist.
thing. Speaking of petty Petri dishes, let's talk about your petty. I can't call him the P word. I'm just gonna say petty. What didn't he do some dumb ass shit?
Wait, you're talking about the orange hair guy? Wait, I mean, yeah, he did from the minute he probably woke up. But I'll take one of the things she said, didn't he just do something? No, he's done something since the doctor slapped him and said it's a boy. Yeah, I said it. Lisa E said that one. The views and opinions may not be those of the regular people and what's in for the Black people media, but it probably is. But anyway, So, okay,
Son of a
I can't even
biscuit
say his
eater.
whole name. Trump's campaign left a ticket at the vice president debate last week for late rapper Tupac Shakur, just weeks after Senator Kamala Harris named him as the best rapper alive. So, okay, so we'll explain what happened. So it was very disrespectful to Tupac and his family. At least that's how Mopreme Shakur, his stepbrother, sees it. Basically, what had happened was that Senator Harris was doing an interview, and they said, you know, who is your favorite rapper alive? And she said Tupac. And, you know, it kind of, you know, and then she had to think about it for a minute because, you know, that's that whole California thing. And, you know, and even the stepbrother, you know, Mopreme said, you know, he understood, you know, it's California love, you know, and it only shows that she has great taste in music. Because it's like you just saying, who's the greatest rapper alive? I mean, she wasn't thinking of alive. She was thinking of her greatest rapper. So, of course, she knows that he passed away. We all make mistakes, but...
Great. I'm in here wanting to grab it. But look, listen, here's the thing. Don't play with Tupac, okay? You went too far. The man done went too damn far.
No, but
Talking point.
He went too far.
Yeah, but he also went too far again. Do you want to know real fast? Do we have time?
Yeah.
Okay. So he went too far. He decided... So Team Trump decided it would be a cool idea to include images of baseball great Jackie Robinson and the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in a video for the re-election of Donald Trump for president of the U.S. on their official YouTube channel. Well, obviously, they never realized that these legends are no longer, they're no longer with us. Their kids are very much here and have a mouthpiece. So they, these are two people that fought for equality in their arenas, hated by different groups that Trump refused to denounce. But Trump thought that using these great men's images was okay and thought that his children were too ignorant to know any different. Now, Sharon Robinson, who is Jackie Robinson's daughter, said she is livid. She said there's no way in hell that my father, baseball legend, would have supported a re-election for Trump. And Dr. Bernice King, who is the daughter of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., had this to say on Twitter. I find President Trump's use of my father's image and let's do this repeat.
Real fast, 3 times.
But didn't the family sell a whole bunch of MLK stuff, though?
Well, but you're, yeah.
You talking about the King family? Yeah, but the dude need to keep dude name out his mouth.
Right.
I'm just going to just be 100.
So Bernice.
It's a couple things you need to keep out your mouth.
Right.
And if you're watching because you petty, keep Tupac
but did they get any
and King
money
name
for using
out your
the
mouth.
images?
I mean that, like, for real.
I hope the family got some money.
That's not keep Jackie Robinson.
But first of all, don't do it. But why?
Name,
but not ask for permission because Bernice said I find President Trump's use of my father's image in his political ad beyond insulting and not reflective of MLK's commitment to creating the beloved community. My father should not be used in any way strongly misaligned with his vision and values. And first of all, here's the thing too. If you want to use somebody, wouldn't you reach out to the family first, saying, you know what, we want to do this? But he doesn't do none of that.
And get your money.
Hold that thought. We're gonna
even
pay
have permission.
Girl,
that's my point.
I'm in here sweating. We got to take a break so I could, I got to roll back like Walmart. We'll be right back.
WIIFTBP.
Chicago famous with Mike Love and Diz.
The destined legend himself, Leon Rogers.
Yeah. What's going on, Playboy?
Man, listen, honored to be here with radio legends, man. Two brothers I looked up for and patterned my success.
You walked away from your day job and you went straight in the
Man, brother, first time somebody called me to do the gig, they was like, hey, I got my grandmama's 85-year-old birthday party. She's turning 85. She has a brain tumor. I mean, now she's not going to be able to hear because she's in a coma, but she'll be laying in the room and we just want the good vibes. Well, what is it? $75. We need you to do an hour. I'm there. because of the passion I wanted to do the comedy. So I quit. But when you quit that job, and the job I had was decent. My father, every young black man should have a dad or a father figure in his life. Yes. When I say he went off on me. My son works. When I told him I quit to do comedy, my mom, mamas is always like, well, that's good, baby. You spread your wings. Realizing what God wants you to do. Right. My father like, you got to be the dumbest son of a bitch in the world. I can't believe you came from my ball sack. $65,000 a year. Me and your mama combined only make 80. You dumb mother. I mean, going off. Like, me and my pops actually kind of fell out.
Old school black fathers, old school mindset. They came up working. They know how hard it is.
Hands, knuckles, black. Hands look like he worked at the steel mill, like he was dipping them in the lava. So, he pissed. My hands manicured.
He's super cool and he know kung fu.
I'm clean. I work on computers.
Drives a $5,000 car and wears a $100 suit.
Right. He like, I'm out here getting lung poisoning from inhaling all these steel mill fumes and touching people's mail. I'm like, look at my hands. I can't even pick up a fork and knife. Your mama got to cut my food for me. And you want to quit to do some damn comedy. He hell.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Boys, step aside. The Radio Rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
I'm Dr. Willie Wilson. Tax burden up to average middle class American goes way beyond income taxes. There are sales taxes, real estate taxes, gasoline taxes, and many, many more. As an international businessman, I know that by reducing the billions of dollars we give to other countries, we could help fund our own country. We need to rethink our tax laws and lower the taxes for our own citizens.
Paid for by Willie Wilson for Senate 2020.
Funeral expenses are costly. The Casket Store wants to help you save hundreds of dollars. You do not have to purchase a casket from the funeral home. Call now for a free in-home consultation. Call 773-445-6900. 773-445-6900.
WIIFTBP.
She's back. Welcome back. You're listening to the Book of Dawn on What's in It for the Black People Media with Lisa E, Esco, and Ron Rilla over here. I feel like I'm in a fast track of learning all things techie. Lord help me. I'm glad I can't get graded for this. And thank you, Maze, for coming in and just pushing the old broad along. Somebody said we the cool aunties everybody wants to hang with.
We are
I
cool.
am.
We are.
And I'm a MILF.
Oh,
should
yeah.
I?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
no, we
I
know
think
that.
so.
Certified.
I can twerk. No,
for the holiday. My niece makes like homemade cards. So my niece gave a card to me, and she's like, "Don't read it in front of everybody." It was for my birthday. Yeah, it was a birthday card, and my brother's birthday is like the day after mine. So we were opening the cards, and it says, "Auntie Lisa, don't show anybody. This is private, but you are the cool aunt. Auntie Drea's a tattletale." She calls my sister Andrea Auntie Drea. And Uncle Craigie is a, what did she say? Something that he's like not Debbie Downer, but something in those words, like he's a party pooper. And she said, and so I'm trying not to read it. I was reading it to myself, but she wrote on the back of the homemade card, so my whole family is reading it. And they got mad at me. I was like, how can I help with? And so I had to grab the card because it said, they're both. She was not downing them, but she said I was a cool aunt. So, but I got in trouble, of course,
that's
for it.
another thing. We got two things today: expressway or freeway, or Black Speak Expressway. Auntie or auntie? I say auntie.
See, I say auntie Lisa.
Auntie. Yeah, right. I think that's a dialect. I think that's a ethnicity thing. I think people of color say aunt,
But I know a lot of people that say it differently, that say auntie.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I think that Caucasian people say aunt, and people of with any drop of melanin say auntie. I don't know why.
Now, what about your uncle? I'm just kidding. I just kidding. She's like, wait, do you really say that?
I don't say that. I call my uncles Unc. I don't know why, but I got some rowdy uncle. Oh, I should have a Frasier show. Baby, y'all ain't even ready for them Cabrini boys. They are, yeah, they deep.
Man.
My uncles are buck, okay?
That would be
freaking hilarious. But my cousin Jeremiah is going to come in here. He's a comedian. I call him Pastor Funny because he's a comedian all of the time, a pastor some of the time, a baby daddy, and he is populating the earth. Him and my cousin-in-law, Brooke. Praise God for Jesus. He's keeping the Frasier name alive.
Wow. Now, joy to the world. Get it, Jeremiah? Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Was a good friend of mine.
She likes to gas me to do because she
joy
knows if she
to
goes.
The world.
All the boys and girls.
Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me.
Joy to Lisa E.
And Donnie.
They don't want this freestyle.
And Ronnie.
Ruthie Mo, if you're watching right now, we calling you out on a Freestyle Friday. You and Snack and DJ Snacky and Maze can sit there. Esco, Lisa E, Ron Rilla will sit here. Game over.
Yeah,
just
look around.
If you
right,
let's get
it's
a
about
prize.
to get ugly up in here, ladies and gentlemen.
You don't know about the Stroger. He spit hot fire. Y'all not ready.
Look,
he's probably the one that's gonna come with it. He's
all
the
I gotta do to
one.
distract him is put some snacks in this mug. Guy, they're gonna be like, it's your turn. He gonna be like,
damn.
Now he does like to sing though. He likes like old 70s and 80s songs. Yeah.
All you have if you haven't learned anything from the idiot that happened to be the president, all you gotta do is distract him. When one topic comes up, you throw another topic in. You put some snacks in front of Todd,
and he'll be all by himself.
He'll be doing the whistle when you eat the crackers. Yeah, exactamundo. I didn't tell Todd that I brought gumbo today because I brought it for her and Tu. I don't know if Tu eats gumbo, but Herb said if I don't bring him some gumbo, so I brought gumbo for her. For a little bit.
I'll eat gumballs.
Sex in a Haunted House, all things world. She said she'll eat gumballs.
Well, because I don't like gumbo, but
so you saying your guy's balls are gummy?
No, I was thinking of like I was just thinking of a gumball machine. See, why you gotta go? See,
why
and that
nasty?
No, not all white girls are like that. Okay.
Speaking of petty though, your boy, you know I love 50 Cent.
Don't talk about.
But he petty.
What do you do now?
He right. Whenever you have to say what he do now, you know somebody is a petty mofo. Okay, he going in on his own son.
Well, and I don't think that's all quite what. So I know him.
Here she go defending.
But
him.
his son's mother, of course, he's kind of defending. So, but they said that he's proven that he's being petty and everything. But his ex-girlfriend, Shaniqua Tompkins, they have their son, Marquise Jackson. And their relationship he used to take his son with him everywhere. And then things started going downhill. And, they had a public battle. And, I guess he was giving her lots of money and blah, blah, blah. And they said things started deteriorating. And back even in 2008, they said, their communication levels started kind of going down and it didn't get better. And then they said, in 2012, he welcomed his other son, Sire, which is from, a different mother. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Instagram model.
Right.
Beautiful.
I've met her. Right. Whatever. No, I'm just saying, no, she is beautiful. I don't hate. I love 50, but he was saying too that things that him and his son changed because the parents were not friends at all. And a lot of times, we're hearing one side, so I'm not saying, because I'm not siding with him by all means, but I've seen things where kids tend to side with mothers, and sometimes the guys aren't as bad as they make them seem, and he said he didn't want his mom to feel like a traitor, and so he said there's nothing you could do. He said this is the toughest thing he's had to face, with everything, and he's given her money, and it's just, it's gone back and forth. I think it's like some he say, she say kind of stuff. And so, go ahead. Well,
okay. Well, do we have to go? We need to take a break and pay a bill because I might go.
No, we got like a minute.
Okay, because I ain't gonna go. We got 1 minute. anytime, look, I'm a mother, okay? And I haven't always agreed with my children. But I would never go on Instagram with how many followers? How many followers 50 got? Okay.
Yeah.
And say, let me quote. Look.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If both these little us got hit by a bus, I wouldn't have a bad day. Who does that? Now.
And as the child, you're just...
Girl, I don't care how mad you are at baby mama or whatever.
You have to be the father.
First of all, I done seen you throw bricks of money at people's head and almost concussion them. Who does that in public? Who says that? Even if you mad, don't say that. Them your kids. Okay, we're going to take a break. My 35 seconds is up. He petty for that, Lisa.
Yeah, I agree with
Curtis,
you on that.
Curtis, you're petty.
I agree.
Curtis, you're petty. I'm going to call you by your real... Hold on. Them young guys, 26.2 million followers. And you said if your kids... So now I'm starting to think when Kanan was about to shoot the boy, took Ghost Baby. We'll be back. You're listening to the Book of Dawn.
WIIFTBP.
What's up, good people? If you didn't tune in to the last I Said What I Said, here's what you missed. Special thanks to Love McPherson.
And when you talk about object sex, you and objectifying that woman, you glorify pieces of her. And let me tell you something. If you think that doesn't matter, it does. And I'm going to tell you why it matters. I looked at a video and I was looking at these young boys, these teenagers, and they were like, do you like black women or white women? I like white women. I like white women. And first I felt some kind of way. Then you know what happened to me? I started listening to them and they said, why did you like the white women? Because they'll do anything for you. Yeah, the white hoes.
Bitch, you is a hoe. Bitch, you is a hoe.
And I thought pornography has elevated what the white woman will do for you, the objectifying of her. And this is why we don't realize, even in our spaces, the black man is shut down because he doesn't know the power of his seed like the white man knows the power of his seed.
Oh, look. Just like milk.
He doesn't realize that you sit up there coming into my neighborhood, objectifying my white women because you say they do it better than your women is a problem. They don't do it to them, but they won't bring that out, and they will not allow you to do that to their women.
I said what I said. Herb 2, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIIFTBP.
Live from your media studio. You're listening to Book of Dawn. Book of with Dawn Millhouse.
Welcome back. You are listening to the Book of Dawn being broadcast right here from What's in It for the Black People Media Studios with Lisa E, Esco, and Ron Rilla. Hey, today when we leave the book of the world, Muwakil's world is coming. Salim, the man of, after you hear all this celebrity gossip and me calling 50 Curtis petty, then Salim will come in and we will journey into his world and he'll bring everything back to Kumbaya. Yes. I appreciate that.
Everything will be supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Because
I was trying to use a big long word like he does.
Do like the girl in her ring cha, whatever she said.
Eat
you
the
know,
cake.
See, you just took us right back to the book. And then I said what I said, or they said what they said, or we're all going to say what we say today.
Yes.
And rounding out with the Chicago famous Mike Love and Diz.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mike Love and Diz, we saw some of your notes. Don't leave stuff we can cheat off. Don't leave your papers around. I took a picture of it and left it right where it was, so you wouldn't know I saw it. So if it was something on there that was supposed to be coming on tomorrow, I might beat you to it because I come on first. No, I'm just kidding. No stealing. Need no stealing. But Lisa.
Yeah.
So I like Power. I watched Power Book 2, and the other one is coming out in December. That's the one with Tommy.
Yeah.
Which is being filmed on the same Netflix set as my niece's, The Upshaws.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said it. Forgot I wasn't supposed to, but yeah.
Okay.
So she's not here, so I'll say it. So my niece Kylie, when she was here last week, she plays Mike Epps' daughter on the show, The Upshaws.
Right, which is
with Wanda
right,
Sykes.
but it's not like it's a secret. It's all over. If you Google it, it's all over Netflix. It's all over everything.
Yeah, so they start filming today. But he killed his son in Power. 50 did. And now I'm starting to, and then he scooped Ghost's son because he felt some type of way because when he went to jail for Ghost or whatever. But his whole thing was to try to influence Tariq to kill Ghost. So now that he is petty and saying that his own kids could get hit by a bus, nobody says that about their child, adopted or otherwise. That just is some issue. Don't say.
I wouldn't say that about any child. I think children are off limit for that. But I and it's funny because in Power, I always thought that it was going to come out later that Tariq was really 50's son.
I thought that
I always
for a
thought
minute.
that.
I thought that for a minute.
That it was going to come out like.
But and Kanan was a good character, but
it might come out later. You never know.
50's petty has no chill. Like there is no chill for him. Like, bruh, them your own damn kids. He gotta stop. I know you know him. Text that boy. Tell him I said quit so I can still like him. Okay. Okay.
But he did right. He just gave a bunch of money to a bunch of people.
Well,
I know that doesn't make up. I know. You shouldn't say things, but I know that there's more to things that I guess from being in media and when people always blame stuff on media. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. So
unless somebody hacked
pain than petty. It's pain. Curtis has some pain. With dad issues, obviously.
With life issues. Maybe Curtis didn't get all the attention when he was little, and he's. Narcissism is a real thing, and you lash out when you get older.
Well, plus he saw his mother getting killed. I mean, he was brought up by his grandparents, so yeah, he has a lot of stuff that happened when he was really young.
A lot of pain.
Because when I saw when we went to Get Rich or Die Trying, I went to the private screening in Vegas that they did, and as I'm watching, because I read the book first, but I was reading, and it was a lot of stuff based on facts, even though it was made into a movie. I actually started crying. I felt bad. I was like, this kid never had a birthday party. Like, me, I don't know. I think of weird stuff that I analyze. I'm not talking about for now. I'm saying back then.
I'm just saying it's a whole lot of us.
And I agree. I agree.
I
agree.
I think you don't
cut it out.
I know.
Like, grow the fuck up. I'm sorry. Up. Right. Grow up.
Like, I know. I'm not disagreeing.
Trauma. You have to handle your trauma.
Here's the thing. Do you know how many of us didn't? My granny had 11 kids. Do you think all them Negroes, my mama being the oldest, had birthday parties every year? Probably not. Do you think the 1,000 other Frasers that came from that, and I'm talking about all my aunts and uncles, this it's a gang of us. Do you think we all had birthday parties?
Well, no, when you think about it, of course, when you think about that, and you think about most people, I was saying just at that time when I was watching it, I was just analyzing like, wow, they know, and there was none of that stuff going on. Now, of course, you kind of look at things differently because I think anything with your children, family, when any celebrity does that, I don't like it. Whether it's somebody I like or not, I don't think you need to put your children out there and talk about them in any type of way. So
I mean,
or your parents. It goes both ways.
If they get hit by a bus, that went from
and that's about
I'm
2 years old.
Yeah,
that comment is about 2 years old.
I'm frustrated, but you want to kill him? Not gonna do it. He shouldn't have never said it.
I agree.
It came out right around the time when the thing happened on Power. But it's resurfaced.
Yeah.
That's why that social media lesson that most people need to know. Stop putting stuff up there that you don't want repeated.
Because it's out there forever. And somebody will bring it to attention 10 years later.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So glad I didn't have it back in the day, guys.
Yeah. I know. As I look back and I'm like, I've been in radio. I've seen some things backstage. I could write the real tell-all book. Oh Lord, I'm glad that we did not have no It was bad enough when somebody took my camera, and this is when we had regular cameras, and we had Heavy D on the show, and Heavy D, one of his guys. One of the boys took a picture, grabbed my camera, and we're taking pictures, and I get them developed, and I didn't realize they had taken their pants down and put their moon
was it
and
G-Wiz
I'm
or
at
Eddie
Walgreens. I was like, I'm getting my film at Walgreens, and I was like, what the they took pictures
I worked at Walgreens for 4 years, the photo department, the things I saw.
Oh, I bet.
And I had to keep a straight face, like, here you go, man.
I was so addicted to the photo, Oh my gosh! I used to do these, the Christmas cards. Y'all used
right.
to do.
I have all of them
every
still.
year. Do you have
I
all
have
of them?
The ones you sent me. Yeah.
Girl, I love I love Walgreens any doggone way. Okay, and now you go in there. My husband's like, "You in Walgreens again?" I was like, "Yeah." The Walgreens and the post office. I know I'm telling my age now because I have fun in there. But
you have fun in the post office?
I love the post office.
Like, what do you
the
do
package
there?
I buy stamps.
Oh,
that's super cute.
I don't know. I like I got family that works in the post office. I'm a support. I got some cute stamps last week. I still mail.
I do too. I will say that is one thing that millennials might not understand when you get emails, but there's nothing like getting a card or just a homemade letter from somebody in the mail and you see it and you open it and read it. It's like the coolest thing. You got that. Millennials out there, camera 3, get a shot. Pick somebody, write a letter, whether it's a family member, somebody write an actual letter or just get a card, sign it.
Send me a gift.
Well, gifts are good, but I'm talking about reading. I'm talking about reading something.
Throw me
it's cool when
post office money order up in that mug.
When you get a homemade thing, or if you like somebody, and back in the day, remember they would take their cologne. This guy, David Gellerman, I used to have the biggest crush on him, and I wrote to him he was at Drake. And he put Polo cologne on the envelope.
Drake,
still smells.
the university.
Yeah, he went to Drake University, and he put Polo, and I could still smell
cologne,
it. Still.
I swear, it transports me.
Like,
oh my God.
Brut by Fabergé.
So you gave it. You're okay.
You know you can buy gift cards at the post office.
She said, or at Walgreens.
Walgreens. Walgreens got some perfume though.
I'm not spending no money right here, so.
Well, I got my $5 balance rewards. I got to use in the next couple of days. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I have
Walgreens.
thousands of Walgreens points.
Oh, okay. Well,
speaking of drugstores, not that I don't even know how we got here, but it's okay. I know. Because CVS, I'm not a huge fan of CVS. Girl, they receipts be like Rapunzel's damn hair. I'm gonna need y'all to find
It's like a 7-page receipt.
CVS.
CVS
what
is like.
And then you get to the bottom at $3 off. Let me take that one off and throw the rest away. My goodness.
Talk about they waste trees up in there. They have
like
a whole forest. They must have a count with a forest.
Yeah, yeah. If I were king of the forest. Right. That's one of our favorite movies. What y'all know about Wizard of Oz? You don't know nothing.
Have you millennials seen Wizard of Oz?
The Wiz. Yeah.
The only thing, the Wiz is good too. I do like the Wiz separately, but the Wizard of Oz is like the Wizard of Oz. The only thing I never understood, if you knew, and sorry guys, if you've never seen it, spoiler alert, if you knew that the witch melted with water, why was there a pitcher of water right by there? Why was there a bucket of water?
I don't think they knew the witch did. That was to put out the fire.
But
they
why
didn't
would
know
you have
that.
But they would know because she couldn't take a shower. If she took a shower, she would be melting.
How would they know that?
She doesn't need a shower.
No, I'm talking about
you just went to a haunted house. You ain't asked none of the damn
witches. But I'm saying the witches people knew, right? Because otherwise, if she took a shower, she would have melted years ago.
Her own people aren't gonna tell people.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Like Trump's people don't tell him.
They had a bucket sitting right there. If Dawn is allergic to mushrooms, why would she have a bucket of mushrooms when you walk in your house? You know what I'm saying? If we know that you're going to have a reaction to mushrooms, you're not going to
Esco, what did you say? Witches got commandments. Ain't no love between them witches.
Right. I think I'm going to go, right. I'm going to go as a witch, maybe for Halloween.
That's the one thing from that movie. Not a tornado. Not a talking lion.
No.
I'll get you and me a pretty doggy too.
How about this part? Tahini. Listen, you.
Now I do. As mayor of the Munchkin City in the very old land of ours.
Then you gotta do this.
We represent the lollipop girl, the lollipop. Okay. And in the name of the lollipop girl, we wish to welcome you to Munchkin Land.
Okay. It's a holiday.
It's a holiday. Okay.
It is a holiday, right?
What's in it for the Black people? Yeah. Media is changing the way you see and experience radio with 6 days now of unfiltered, thought-provoking, sometimes silly, informative, and entertaining news.
Show tunes only on the Book of Dawn, though.
Culture and the realest shit ever.
Ever.
Ever. grab some coffee, get a Bloody Mary. Y'all know y'all ain't working. You just logged in. Okay, I know half of y'all. Okay, and it's okay. Put your earbuds in, because when we talk about sex after 10 o'clock, all things oral, I don't know where this is going to go. This is unpredictable.
I'm going to be keeping silent.
Stay
on
with
this
us.
one.
Share. Did I say share? Stay with us.
Sonny and
The
Cher.
Book of Dawn.
Oh.
We'll be right back.
WIIFTBP.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality Black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe Black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of Black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
What's up, good people? You're listening to I Said What I Said with Toussaint Warner and Herb Howard.
You'll never breed a warrior.
Warriors, come out to play.
You hear that? And that's what's happening at every angle. They're creating paradigms where we can only raise feminine men. Whether they're homosexual or not, they feminine as shit.
Sure, because all masculinity is toxic.
All masculinity is toxic in a war-torn society where the dominant society is saying to your ass, we don't never want no warriors.
Right.
You bastards. Any book you've ever read, you can read the Bible, goddammit. When they go and they destroy some shit, they kill all the boy babies.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't even want you growing up to think you're going to do some shit to me.
Animals do the same thing. If I come over here and I take over this village now or whatever, like this gonna be my pride. First thing I'm doing, killing the male boys, like killing the male babies.
Don't you even grow up with that attitude,
Don't you
little
even
nigga.
think about it. Okay?
Bitch.
Right. You ain't my daddy, you damn right I ain't your daddy. Fuck your fort, little nigga.
Fuck your fort.
You're not my dad.
That's fucked up. Oh man, I hate that I laugh at this shit in public.
That's real.
I hate that I laugh at this stuff in public.
That's real though, right? Toussaint Warner and Herb Howard live on What's in It for the Black People Media, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
WIIFTBP.
Live from your media studio. You're listening to Book of Dawn. With Dawn Millhouse.
Welcome back. You are listening to the Book of Dawn, and if you're just tuning in, you missed a whole hilarious piece of hour that you need in your life. And so you can go on YouTube and rewatch it, or you can go to the Maze Jackson page on Facebook and rewatch it. You can always watch it. You know, catalog it. Might learn you something.
Matter of fact, even if you see it once, while you're cleaning and stuff, just go to your smart TV or turn it on again and play it again. Like always
Big
binge
facts.
it. Yeah, hello.
Big facts. I guess what I dare y'all I
double dog dare you.
I dare y'all to encourage people that are not subscribed to the Maze Jackson page on Facebook and Maze Jackson on YouTube. I dare y'all to ask them to sign up.
Quadruple dog.
Hey, we're going to ask the boss if we can have some type of competition where whoever out of the What's in It for the Black People Media family get the most people to follow
The
or
page.
watch the page that we can maybe
get a trip.
How about if you go on the page and have the person like the page and tag me or Lisa or Esco and say the Book of Dawn referred me, and then we can actually count it.
Yeah,
but you
'cause
got to put our
otherwise they'll be
names
like,
in
"They're
and
my
tag
friends
it,
too."
and then y'all can come sit in.
Yeah,
you sit, and then you could be a guest store. Okay, a guest store. I had to bring my little
hood. Did you see her
hood
hand
in.
and face when she did that? Do that one more time.
Okay, you could guest store with us. Okay.
Okay.
And
Alrighty.
Gina Lamar,
G for Gina.
our resident
G for
master of public health, is in the building because we talk about sex on Mondays. That we mingle. We be mingling, baby.
Monday night
not
mingle
jingling.
leads to Tuesday tingle.
Oh, see, we got another rapper.
Ow.
They can't win. In my Michael Jackson voice, they can't win.
Man.
So y'all, I'm gonna put it on y'all.
And well, we're talking about oral, right? And I
All
have before we
things
start,
oral.
right? Before we start going into it, so and I'm just curious.
This would be a good time for me to eat my banana. All things oral
On air.
I'm gonna. Oral.
She just
Did
bit
you
right.
just
She
bite?
just bit
She's
it
so
right
rude
away.
on the bite. Did you see the rude?
That
on
was
the
a-
bite? Do you see the? Oh, do you know how many men are like?
What is that?
Don't
Don't matter.
switch the camera on.
I'm watching the show.
Don't matter. Just don't bite it. Anyway, what was I going to
No
say?
teeth, please. No.
I was going to ask you though, especially for you, like, do you guys provide? I know, you do condoms, but I know when people
Dental dams.
What is it called?
Dental dams.
I thought she said dingle dams. But do people really use those? Like when men?
Wait a minute. Let me
perform
swallow
so
first.
expl-
Hold on.
That's what he said.
That's right. Swallow or spit. Never let it sit.
Because
You have to learn the tagline.
Something
ladies.
you said.
Swallow or spit. Never let it sit.
What did you just say? What the dental who?
Dental dam.
What
A
the
dental dam.
What is that?
I am so sorry that I did not bring visuals today because the dental dam is just a simple piece of latex that you lay over the clitoris as you're about to, or the anus,
Got to Google this.
whatever you're about to.
Oh,
you're
God,
about to
you cannot
provide
talk
oral
about
sex.
booties. My booty get tight. Don't do that.
That's what they always
That's
say.
exit, not entry.
That's what they always say.
The blood of Jesus.
Anyway.
I said what I said.
That's against God.
I said what I said, right? That's against.
It is.
Come on. We cannot have statements like that on the Book of Dawn during the sexual talk hour because we are trying to change and save lives. I don't care how you do it. I just need you to do it safely. Doesn't matter to me. So the dental dam, what you're asking
Okay.
about. So let's just hit,
And do people really
quick.
use it? I don't know anybody that.
real quick, let's just hit condoms, right?
Okay.
So we used to put non-oxidol 9 on condoms, which is a spermicide, right? We stopped doing that so that you can use a condom now, put a little lube on it, and now you can do condoms. You can have oral sex with a condom. You can give head with a condom, right? Start with that. And then we now have, we've had dental dams for years. It's a piece of latex about the size of this, maybe about this size of this. A little over 5 by 6, maybe 4 by 6 or something, right? And you can put it over the vagina for oral sex on women, right? So you have the condom for men and you have the dental dam for women. So the goal is to stop the spread of the gonorrhea, chlamydia, and syphilis that can now go in your throat. So what I really need all of us to do is go right down the street here, right down the street to the little playhouse, and
The Little Red Schoolhouse.
the Little Red Schoolhouse, right? That's right, Little Playhouse. It's my sister's daycare. That
We
just
don't wanna
came
go there.
out. That just came out, right?
Unless you're looking for quality daycare.
Oh no, she's retired.
Oh,
now.
okay.
Like I know that's when you're old. You know how you remember stuff from 40
But
years
wait,
ago,
wait.
but not
let,
now.
let me ask you a question. I thought non-oxidol 9. Why would you take it off? Doesn't that
so that we
fight?
can use the condoms for other things, right? We just need you to put the condom on. So we're like, oh, I'm allergic to non-oxidol 9, or the spermicide. You can't put the spermicide in your mouth, right? So we decided a long time ago, like, let's just try to get the condom to get as much use out of it as you can, right? So
Gotcha.
yeah, the spermicide isn't on all condoms anymore. Just a little lube for insertion.
But some condoms still advertise STI protection. Are those? Is there no?
Because latex is for STI.
Oh,
protection.
so there's no spermicide on those.
No.
It's
It's just latex. Latex is the one thing that you can't get. The HIV virus cannot go through, right?
Gotcha.
And it also slows the spread of gonorrhea, chlamydia, and syphilis.
Gotcha.
Using a latex condom, not the lambskin, not the natural, not all of those things. Those pores are bigger, and so therefore those things can get through. But the dental dam, what you're talking about, is used for women, and people use saran wrap or whatever to put across the vagina, just so that when they're doing it, you can still feel it. It's really thin. It's just like a sheet of condom. When everybody
Do you think
swears they
men
can
will?
tell.
Do people really
Ain't no
use
way
that?
on God's green earth? You gonna put saran wrap on somebody's coochie and it feel the same? That's just that's impossible.
Well, Yes, it does, because it's so thin that it just molds to the vagina, right? So it's just like the thin thing. It's the same thing men say with, I can't wear a condom, I feel the difference, right? And I have told more than 35 people now, because the number used to be a solid 28, but now I'm doing more of it. I've told 38 people over this last 28 years, you are infected with HIV. I diagnose them with HIV. I do a test. I get the positive test. I haven't had one person yet say, "Oh, baby, but it was worth it not using that condom."
Now I'm not talking about for sex. I'm not talking about sex,
but I'm talking about.
So you can get HIV from oral sex.
Very, very low. But that's that's why our tagline is what? Swallow or spit, never let it sit, because there are portals in your mouth. You know, you brush your teeth and you get a little bleeding. Anytime you see blood, HIV can enter. I don't care where it is. If blood is coming from any part of your body, HIV and blood are like salt and pepper, and they push it, right? So anytime you see blood, HIV can enter. And so that's one of the reasons it's very low with oral. Very low. But the reality is, if you have poor dental hygiene, then you probably could,
brush your teeth, floss, and
get an electric toothbrush
with some hydrogen peroxide.
Get an electric toothbrush.
So let's segue that back into all things oral. So
we're gonna do all things oral. Let's just start with. Do you know that the word? Anybody know Latin? Where fellatio came from?
I don't know where it came from, but I know the word.
Right, we know the word, right? In Latin, it means to suck.
Of course. Okay, well that makes sense.
Yeah, to suck. So that's where
Well, you wouldn't on a girl suck.
Of course you do.
No, you don't suck.
I know. Well, people do, right? You shouldn't. And people confuse that. Well, I take that back. Let me stop that, because let me tell you why. There's some people who are like, what's one of the rap songs? You need to suck this, buzzy, that, all of that, right? And then you have men listening to songs, or people, because you have a female partner, listening to the songs and trying to suck. You're like, no, that's not very pleasurable. You don't do that. I hear that. You don't do that. So very quickly, I'm going to start with what I did. And I have to shout out to the people yesterday. We had a great get-together. Pier 31 did a customer appreciation. But I asked a group of people, and I did say, I won't say their names, but I did say, hey, how do you ask for oral sex, right? And I titled this, All Thy Ways to Ask. I love the best one. He said, first thing he says, come here. I said, pardon me? He said, come here. I was waiting for the rest. He was like, no, that's all I say.
Like when he about to try to bone abroad?
Right. Just come here.
Come here.
No, for oral sex. That's how you ask for oral. Sorry about that.
You know what?
So he said
come here.
He would, boy.
Come here.
Show.
That was his first line, right? So I cried laughing, because a lot of men said exactly what we have Ron here. Is it Ron? In the studio, kind of
Ron Rilla.
I really don't ask. I love the way they say they never ask.
No,
right?
They just nudge your fucking.
So they nudge your hair.
They start rubbing your hair.
Next thing I know, I'm like, why?
From what I see in
movies,
and
I don't even have hair, right? And they're like, oh, your hair is so cute, right?
What you see in a movie, right?
Yes. And the best thing to do to get a woman to stop is to grab
Ladies
her
and
head,
gentlemen,
right?
This is really the Book of Dawn.
You got it.
Baby,
But
get your notepads.
Let me just go through this very quickly. Come here, that first one, right? Hey, you got that knowledge, lip service, down south, cunnilingus, fellatio, speaking to the mic, top.
Speaking to the mic.
What is top?
Tongue on penis. Right. Cap.
How old were these people?
Yeah, I mean, they range from in the mid-50s down to the 30s. Nobody's in their 20s.
I wish a month would.
Knock me upside the head. One of the females said, look, are you going to lick this kitty cat or not? Right? Neck. Can I have some head game? But, one of the latest songs or something that's out that's really good, What That Mouth Do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we just did the whole all things, all the ways I ask for it, right? But a lot of men said exactly what you said, Ron Rilla. I don't ask for it, right? So I'm just like, how do you get? So how does that happen? You just start
all
guiding.
In the movement.
Yeah,
it's all in the. I mean, as a married woman, it's it's part of the experience. Yes. But as a single woman, I don't think nobody ever said.
Do you really ask? You just start kissing and you just see
where, and then they do,
see where things go to.
Eye contact. I gotta put my
mask
dam.
Your dental dam.
They just do your hair like that.
Right.
And then just nudge it. Like, if you don't stop nudging, come on, back the.
So I was called out because there's a fun fact that, well, it's not a fun fact. It's no big deal. I mean, I've announced it at Monday Night Mingle, so I can announce it on the Book of Dawn, right? That, you know, for some people, right? And I am one of those people. I don't like receiving. I like giving. Everybody break down. I know. Women are like, what? I know. Just like, no, when you're one of those people, right? And so when you said it's just part of the thing, I said, yeah, but it's got to be something that you're willing to do. I mean, and some people do it out of mandate, right? I do you if you do me, right? And you're like,
yeah, that's super romantic.
Yeah, super romantic, right? And when they do it that way, it's not good. Because it's like, okay, I did it now, so let's do this, right? So since we're talking all things oral, right, we have to talk about how that happens. And, you know, I'm just going to hit you know, your
hit
listeners
it on the
with
head?
Hit it on the head. I hit you listeners with, right? So what happens if they do grab the back of the head, right? Is that a major no-no or is that a turn-on?
Depends on if you're married, single, drunk, sober.
What does marriage have to do? Okay,
Well,
I would say with drunk or sober.
I think it depends on the individuals. Everybody has different chemistries
Y'all know I
with
don't
different
like
people.
grabbing my hair.
I don't like
all the Creole. Whoa! Don't grab my hair. Like that's.
I mean, I think it just depends on like a trust factor and your chemistry and your relationship with this other individual, whichever single, whatever. It's just the two people. I think it's.
If you fade it, it's probably sexy because you in a faded state and you like, oh, and it's all rough
or if you're just good at it, right? Anyway, so then there's another part of that. That too, as we're talking all things oral, that the way to make sure, but you also make sure that if they do grab the head, you have to be very careful, right? If you don't know how to do proper breathing techniques that
then
allow
you get that gag reflex.
Not the gag reflex. They can choke you to death. If you can't breathe, say you're stuffed up right now, it's sinus season, right?
Yeah.
Your nose is stopped up. You have a cold. If you stop me from breathing through my throat, you can choke me to death.
Dang.
And we're gonna take a break, but and if you stopped up and say like you doing it and you like have like you know how you nose run or whatever, and it's down there by the pee, can you get COVID like that? We'll be right back. You listen to the Book of Dawn.
WIIFTBP.
I was going to ask you, so, growing up, did you ever have an old racist family in your neighborhood? Did you have one live next to you or one down the street? Just somebody's house that you know on the block, you didn't want to go nowhere near that house. The neighbor who was directly behind us had a real problem coming outside seeing my white mother and my black father.
We got us the gun line.
This dude built an 8-foot fence, more like 10 foot.
So they put up the Huck Finn joint.
Exactly. That shit looked like a castle. You know, my dad, he's a big guy, football player guy. My dad guy who walks over there.
Old school
and then
black.
he's like, yo, I don't appreciate these apples in my yard. He's like, motherfucker, we don't even have an apple tree. These are your apples.
You like apples?
Your kids are throwing apples over here. Okay, there's that little space, but there's still a fence. So they're right there looking at each other.
Tell them about the gun line, boss.
And I said something like, yeah, Dad. And that dude said, shut up, you little monkey. Leroy stuck his head over the fence.
You're gonna die, clown!
Grabbed dude by the neck.
Run.
And proceeded to pull him halfway over this fence. Like,
finish him.
Mrs. Wheeler comes running out. Oh, Leroy, don't do that. It's not worth it. Blah, blah, blah. My dad was getting ready to kill this dude. And within 6 months, that guy moved away.
Don't cross the gun line, boss.
Right, the gun line, boss.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIIFTBP.
Live from your studio. You're listening to Book of Dawn. With Dawn Millhouse.
Welcome back. You are listening to the Book of. You're tuning into, not just listening.
Yes.
The Book of Dawn on What's in It for the Black People Media with Lisa E. Escobar, and in studio Monday Master of Public Health, Gina. Listen, the comments are hilarious. Too, I didn't even know that they called Coochie Box.
Like, oh, yeah. It's your cookie box. My mother said that years ago. She was born in the 30s, right? Your cookie box.
I never heard that.
I didn't.
I mean, I like it. Your coin, your purse.
Now, the thing that dangles in the back of your throat, that's your uvula. I do know that because that word's
That's
so
not
funny
your
to me.
tonsils.
So it's not your tonsil. The
it's
tonsils
not your
are on
tonsils.
the signs of it. The little thing that
dangles.
That little
that
tiny thing
right.
that's swinging in the back of my throat. That's, I mean, in
Throat.
words. So
That's
it's
your
solid.
uvula.
From
It
what?
just sounds so funny.
Those are
Welcome
the
to
lines,
you
right?
and your uvula.
Yes,
That
it's
word
called
is
the palatine
obnoxious.
uvula. The proper words, palatine, because it's on the palate, right? It's in the
Palatine.
oral-
Palatine.
Palatine uvula. That's the
See, they don't even
suburbs. Here
I
we
was
go
gonna
again.
say they don't claim
Right.
Chicago.
They only do
Right.
it. That's pretty good. But yes, that's exactly it, the uvula. But everyone thinks that's the tonsils, right? Like, look at my tonsils. The tonsils are two little things on the side, actually.
Yeah.
But the uvula is
Everybody get a mirror and check your uvula.
See, right.
Yes,
Check your uvula.
yes.
See,
because
people-
that's one of the things we're checking for.
But
When we're
people
looking for
no.
oral. So when you get tested, when you get tested, right? There's so many ways that we do testing because we're looking for gonorrhea, chlamydia, and syphilis in the throat. Syphilis is always blood, but you can have gonorrhea in the throat because you've given oral sex to someone and you swallowed and or spit, or you just simply gave oral sex without a condom, and you can get gonorrhea in your throat. You can get it in your, because some people don't have sex, right? That some people hold on to their virginity by only giving oral.
Well, then they're not virgins.
Well, in their head, virginity, they
In
hold
their
on
head,
to their vernals.
puns-
Right, in
right.
their
Let
head.
me teach that class.
Yes. Okay, Monica, or was it the president? I didn't have sexual
Yeah, see,
relations
that's
with
right.
that
And
woman.
that's not good. That makes people like, you see me making the faces just because we're in broadcasting and our vocal cords, are very important. That's like one of our biggest tools. We get paid, depending on our vocal
Absolutely.
cords. So you can't.
So do you think
can't mess
singers
with
give
them.
head?
Who?
Singers? Do you think singers give head?
Oh yeah, but they have. You
yeah.
still have to be careful. You don't want to be like with some,
So let me ask you this: as it
Throw it out-
relates to,
throw it out of
let's
proportion.
it's so easy with sex to go to entertaining, but let's talk about statistics of rate of infection with versus oral versus
Vaginal or
the
genitalia.
traditional or whatever.
Yes. Well, we had to come up with testing for it now. So now there's this long stick that you take and swab the back of your throat with, because we used to have it. People, you used to get tested and they test your genitalia or do blood and say, oh, she doesn't have it, right? Or he or she doesn't have it. But then we were like, no, but they're steadily having symptoms, and then infection is steadily spreading and certain things are happening. Well, it turns out they had it orally. So now there are several ways you have to take the thing and swing.
Is that like when they do
oral
similar
swab.
to when they do for
like a throat
strep
culture
throat
for strep
or whatever?
throat?
Okay.
So you go in, you're doing your own throat culture, right? So you go, you push it down your throat, or swab for HIV testing. We could swab the inside of the cheek. Now we swab the throat. Then you also take the same, well, not the same one, but a different one, just like this, and swab the anus, right? Because we're looking for the gonorrhea and chlamydia there as well, right?
Oh, because people, yeah.
Because of anal sex, right? So those are the ways that we look at it. Then you take it, put it in the stick, break it off, and then we send it to the lab.
That's one test I'll never have to take.
So
Well, no, but you should take it, right?
Take it for
Everyone
what?
should. Everyone should take it
Well,
because
I've had STD panels since my first Pap smear.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
True, that's true,
And
yeah.
we should, right? Because everyone should know their status. Everybody wants to know about everybody else's status. The first thing you should do is know your own status. That's the only way to keep society safe, right? And talking COVID as well, right?
Sure.
Know your own COVID status while you're busy. Oh, he sneezed. Does he have COVID? Do you have COVID?
That
you
part.
need to that part. You need to know your status. So just as you talked about that, we have to look at it in the throat and everything, and so we make sure we do all those tests, because some people do. They just say, "Oh, I just got some head." Janet Jackson did that song a long time ago, right? I didn't fuck her. He only gave me head, right? What woman wants to hear that?
Right.
Like I didn't sleep with her. She only gave me some head. Oh, okay, honey. Then come on home.
So I think honestly, real talk, I think it's important to dispel the myth that if you just have oral sex,
That you can't get
you're
gonorrhea,
safe
chlamydia,
from
so
all
you got
things.
it.
You're not.
You are not safe, because we can trace and you can pass gonorrhea, chlamydia, syphilis. We haven't found it with trichomoniasis, trichomoniasis. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I had an
With
argument with
yes.
somebody. I was like, "It's called trichomoniasis," and they
Yes.
were like, "No, it's trichomonas." I said, "No, that's black speak.
Yes,
that's expressway."
Yes, you're absolutely right. And so we haven't found it there, but we definitely know for the three major stats that we're always looking for, right? So in the city of Chicago, those numbers, we're not really putting those on the STI reports that come out. So the report will
for
be coming out.
trichomoniasis?
Well, no, for trichomoniasis,
Okay.
yes, and for oral. So we know that we have it. We know those numbers, and we're testing for them, but they aren't the same rate that we share about gonorrhea, chlamydia, syphilis, just in the STD factor, period. Those are in the neighborhoods, in the hot areas.
So, Gina, are the treatments the same regardless of how you contract?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, the treatment is the same. One of the things, though, and Michael Douglas shared this, that he contracted throat cancer from oral sex, right? So
the actor?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I did not know.
Oh.
Yeah, that was first it was like
Dawn,
rumors, and then
since you're looking everything up, look up Michael Douglas and his
sure.
throat cancer.
Look, I'm
from
sure about
HPV.
to.
So we knew that a while ago. We saw a spike in throat cancers in men, and we linked it to HPV. So what happens with the same thing when men are just, what were all those things we said? Neck, eating, fellatio, all of those things. When men were just having oral sex, what we found is that they were starting to have a spike in oral cancers, in throat cancer, not just all oral cancers, because that can come from smoking and other things. But there was a spike in that. Michael Douglas actually talked about it. Having sex or having oral sex with women who had HPV led him to his throat cancer, right? And so I like the fact that he was willing to talk about it, because having been a smoker or having been other things, it's really interesting that he recognized that and could acknowledge that, right? So that's one of the things that we like to make sure that's a good public health PSA for us that we didn't even ask for, because that happened.
Now, so the treatment's the same. The testing obviously is different because versus urine or blood, it's a
and there's an oral. There's a swab now.
Right. So, is it more prevalent in younger people than older?
Well,
black, white, like what are some of the statistics with?
So just with oral sex, period, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to go ahead back and start dating us, right? Dating our ages, right? We know oral sex used to happen only with white girls, right? It was like, oh, that's not what we do.
How do I didn't know that.
Wait, that's not what we do. We don't do that. Well, how many of your friends, let's really think back, how many of your friends, when we were teenagers, were having oral sex?
Me and my friends wasn't having sex. I ain't gonna lie.
No, I'm saying having oral sex, right? So, that's one of the things I say it happens all the time. When you go to college, right? All the boys who you've been having sex with, black girls just had sex. White girls were giving head. Men were like, what the heck is this? This is new.
I don't know.
Yeah, our numbers show that. So you look it up. Yeah,
that's a lie. The numbers show that's because people didn't come clean with stuff.
No. That's one of the things that we looked at, right? Like you just asked the people, in the random stats, people weren't doing oral sex as much. Now they're doing oral sex more often.
Or they did,
right?
but really, I mean, if they weren't saying it, maybe they just got lucky and weren't catching anything. But everybody I know, white, black, Hispanic, in college, everybody I know used to talk about, from men and women.
That's everybody I want you to talk stats only, though, right? Because we talk stats. So I want you to pull up and tell me where you're getting it, because we're looking for the American.
Is it online?
We're talking not just online, though. We're talking about the rates that we know people were admitted to, and not just admitted
right,
to, and not just even admitted to. Not even
so
admitted to. I know y'all know a lot of people.
So that's two different things. Saying concretely that only white people were doing it, I don't think it's fair.
No. I'm saying that we recognize things that happened culturally differently back in college, right? Back in the day. Now everyone is doing it. It's in every song, and people are talking about it. And that's how when you said your your STD screens for years.
Yeah.
Have you been doing oral throat cultures for years?
Listen, let me explain to y'all about Dr. Barry Parks' ballad. Okay. Facebook friend, been my doctor since I was 19. She do it all.
You've been doing throat cultures, because we just hadn't been doing throat cultures.
Because she's that kind of doctor.
No, I'm saying we hadn't even been doing the test. We hadn't created the test for throat cultures because we didn't recognize the spikes. Gardasil, like with the HPV, one less, we recognized the HPV, and that's when we came up with a vaccine. And so that's the progression that came to.
Wholeheartedly agree with giving HPV vaccines to preteens.
Yeah,
but that's a whole nother.
That's a whole nother thing.
My daughter, I tried to do that with my youngest daughter, and she had an allergic reaction to it. But it was very new at the time. The vaccine was very new at the time. And she's allergic to penicillin,
Okay.
Something in there didn't sit well.
Totally fair. That's totally fair. But that's all vaccines, right? And we know for the bigger cause of vaccines that what they really will do, right? So,
and they've changed that recently. Not to get off oral subject, but they've changed the age or something with the recommendation for HPV vaccines.
Oh, for that we started at 12. Yeah. It's been recent. I just saw it on the news. You're Up
listening,
to 25.
You're listening to the Book of Dawn. You're listening, tuning in, watch. I'm all in here with my notepad, like a student,
right?
On What's in It for the Black People Media. I know Salim gonna come in here and calm the air down, but this is informative, and I hope. Yeah. Listen, sex is a real thing, like, and we all have it, especially if you listen to What's in It for the Black People Media. Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna just take this. I'm gonna throw a shot in the dark and say there ain't a whole lot of virgins that listen to this platform. And if you are, then you'll learn some stuff so that when you get ready to have sex, you'll know what you're doing. We're gonna talk about sex a little bit more when we come back. Stay with us.
WIIFTBP.
Hey y'all, this is Salim Muwakil from Muwakil's World. In case you missed the last discussion, this is what you missed.
There was a time when there was a large-scale mythology that African people had no endurance. We were only good for sprinting.
Right.
And that was our forte. Other than that, we were useless in marathon races. Establishing your patrimony on the land. If you bury the dead, that means that this land is forever in your family.
Who are our ancestors, really? We are the living ancestors to a whole genealogical line going back hundreds of thousands, millions of years that we carry within us living today. Everyone who preceded us. Mm-hmm. You know, however, that conception took place, whether it was violently, with rape, or whatever the case, but we are them living today.
That's why it's important to understand our capacity, man. Our capacity is unlimited. We have unlimited potential.
Absolutely.
So make sure you tune in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1 p.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIIFTBP.
Welcome back. You're tuning in.
I hear a new beat.
Yeah.
Hey, she's like,
hey. What's that new?
Well, we growing up a little bit around here. We're a couple months old.
I see.
We're not toddlers yet, but we rolling over. You know how if a baby would just roll over, we rolled over.
We're just not laying on our backs kicking anymore.
Not no more.
We're rolling over.
And then
in
the month we're gonna start
scooching. You
got
scooch first. Scooch over. You scooch over.
Yeah, the Book of Dawn officially, the baby rolled over. I can't wait till she scooch. And then when the men's get up and run, game over. Hey, we gonna get them run tomorrow, baby, because guess who on the show?
Jam.
Yep.
I saw that.
Oh, Jam.
I saw that. And I was feeling a little like I don't want to just keep showing up in studio every day. Like, Gina, your segment is on Monday. What are you doing here today? And then on Wednesday, I was like,
Mark Nelson and Dave Job. I don't even think people remember how dope Mark Nelson is.
And I was like, let me slide back through there again. Like, hey, Esco, do I need to work on my segment for Monday? No, Gina, you're good. I'm like,
hey, I think I left an ink pen.
I think I left an ink pen. Yes.
Or
and I'll keep
damn.
picking up, and I'll keep picking up, going, this isn't it. Right. Namaste here. This isn't this ink pen.
No, in my black speak, namaste.
Do you guys remember the song? So, and I talked to Mark the other day because there was a song I love. Do you guys remember the Best Man soundtrack? That's one of the dopest soundtracks. Oh, yeah. There was a song that Mark Nelson and Beyonce did that's called After All Is Said and Done. We'll have to find it. It's called After All That's Said and Done. It's such a good song. It's Mark Nelson and Beyonce.
Yes,
it's an amazing song. That was when Beyonce first started doing some solo stuff.
You and Teddy.
Yeah.
He's one of my best friends, right? For real, in real life, not just because I said that in my head. But yeah, I called him on his birthday, and I was like, "Yo, bro, do the show next week." And he's like, "Okay, Ma." He called me Ma. I am older than him, but okay, Ma. I was like, "Oh, okay, cool. Send me the picture right now." He sent the picture like 5 seconds later, I was like, once I
This
put
is
it-
happening. This is happening.
Hurry
This
up,
is
put that-
happening.
Yeah. Hurry up,
Yeah.
run that.
Yeah.
Yeah, put it out there.
Yeah, he's dope anyway. He would do it anyway. I can't wait to have him in the studio, on the soundstage, on the What's in It for the Black People Media soundstage that's coming. We have that coming, and we have Spirit Week coming the last week of October.
I've got Spirit. Yes, I do.
We got Spirit. How about you?
Yeah, and it's gonna be dope.
Yeah,
It's gonna be dope. We're having a contest, so we have to split the votes between the
Ron
people
Rilla and
that
Esther?
actually make it happen because they kind of count for everybody.
Yeah, I
So
have to be
we gotta-
impartial.
Yeah. But you still have to dress up.
Of course.
Yeah. And our
Okay,
What's in
this
It for the
sounds
Black
so
People
exciting.
Media family has to take pictures and post them. And you can say, like, you can shout out whatever favorite show or whatever.
Ooh, we should do an all positive day too. We have to dress a certain way, pick a character, and everybody has to say all positive. The shows
then I'm gonna get canceled.
Why?
Because I cuss and
No,
shit
but
comes
just
out.
it'll be funny to see who could go and how long we could go without bashing somebody. It would be fun. We'll make it like fun, not like
your girl would. I would lose.
But you don't bash people though.
I don't, but I will tell you that 50 Cent is petty. Yeah, I can't help myself.
Yeah, you were all petty.
Yeah, but
with that.
that's-
you called him Curtis. And stuff. Like,
But
she
that's
go
not
back
really
to
bashing. That's
government
just telling
names.
the
I'm glad she
news.
don't know mine.
I'm talking about like some of the stuff. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, we ain't gonna re-raise grown people. If they get down with bashing, they can bash.
I think it'll be fun. I think.
If you dish it, you can take it. Are you going to take it?
Unless you're a
Or we could
narcissist.
do a contest to see who could last like the longest and the first one out. Like I think it would be fun.
Well, speaking of
I
lasting
don't think
the
it'll
longest,
last after the first show.
True,
Maze
well,
don't give up.
True, Maze will be like, I'm out. I already lost
And
it.
then
Right.
little loudmouth coming in right after him. Salim would win.
All right, fine. Let's go back to everything oral.
Salim would be the winner.
Yeah,
because he's the coolest. You know, remind
He
me.
is.
You know what he remind me of? He remind me of Frankie Beverly. He's smooth like Frankie
Smooth.
Beverly.
He is smooth. He is pretty smooth.
He's super
Yeah,
smooth.
he is.
And when he come in, I
Yeah.
just was like, he gotta be related to Frankie Beverly.
Smooth
'Cause
like
he just
butter.
come
He's
straight
like
up.
butter, baby.
Dead
He is.
serious. Not vegan butter. Butter with the fat.
Ooh, not the
good butter.
I
Okay.
had to look for vegan stuff this past
So,
weekend.
so all things oral. So you said that. So is there disparity in the rate of infection for younger kids than older kids?
God, yes. So, what did I tell you about the hot spots across the city and across the nation, right? So, the city is, depends on where you live. You have a much higher rate of chances of gonorrhea, chlamydia, and syphilis. Definitely gonorrhea and chlamydia. I want to if I could just lock down a couple of community areas, North Lawndale, South Shore, Woodlawn.
South Shore.
You know who you are. Community areas 49, 33, and 26. Anyway.
Hold on. I might play that in a lottery.
Of your
49.
right, 33 and 26.
Okay, that might win me some money.
But no, if you just give us 2 good weeks, give public health 2 good weeks where you either everyone get tested, we'll just treat you. We don't even care if you get treated and use a condom. We could eradicate STIs in the city of Chicago. I mean, we're second in the nation. We're not quite number one. We keep staying second in the nation. I'm like, let's just hit number 1 and be done. Let's just move on up and be done with this, right? But our STIs are just so high because we just keep on reinfecting. I mean, we have people who come in and tell us like, oh yeah, I'm gonna need another shot.
Like
what
it's
happened
nothing.
is, and Ron, you happen to be in the room, Ron, really, so you're gonna catch it. Ron is messing with all 3 of us. He gets, because they with men they get the burning. With us, that's how we can get PID, pelvic inflammatory disease, because we don't know. We had little discharges right before our period, or it's this or that. Stuff can
War
just
thongs.
fester, and you got it. Where all of this, and we're thinking, oh, that's what that is. It's yeast. Everybody loves yeast. I said, child, we will be baking the way everybody
We're
blames
little
everything
pastry
on
chefs
yeast.
up in this mug.
Man, everybody, oh, it's just yeast, right? But Ron done passed that gonorrhea to all 3 of us, right? One problem is Lisa gives him money. Dawn is his housing, and I'm the new chick on the block. So he gets it. Now he can't tell Lisa he done got it because Lisa going to stop that cheddar. Dawn, it's getting cold. Y'all didn't see them leaves fall? It's getting cold. He going to get put out. I know you didn't just come up in this house with chlamydia, with gonorrhea, right? And then I'm the new chick, and he want to keep doing it, so he's not going to tell me either. So he shows up at the hospital with us, gets treated, and he's good. Only problem is he doesn't tell any of us, so he gets reinfected. He might tell me, but then we get reinfected. So now they just come in telling us again, like, oh, I know exactly what this is. I need a shot. I'm pretty sure it's gonorrhea again. I know the symptoms.
3 days later,
go see the doctor. 3 days later, go see the doctor. So so we have those cases that we call them frequent flyers.
Dang.
They come
so you didn't, Ron. You didn't take my money and take
call
her
them
out.
Frequent fryers because they be
burned.
Yes.
You used my money and took Gina out to dinner.
That's exactly.
Man,
that's
how rude.
Exactly. So those numbers, those are the numbers, and those numbers are higher in younger people between 14 and 29.
And so for me, this is the bigger thing. First, let's say that sex is real.
Yes.
Okay, we all got here because of sex.
I'm telling you,
it's not
I hate
taboo.
to play the dozens, but your mama and your daddy had it.
Both of them. Okay, or the mailman, some variety thereof.
But it's still your daddy.
Yeah.
See, your mama and your daddy. See, y'all keep on trying to switch up who your
box
daddy is. Your
in
mama
my
and your
Tucson
daddy
voice.
had his sex. Now, I don't know which one is real.
In my
daddy,
Tucson voice. Somebody got that box. No. Anyway, here's the thing. If you're uncomfortable talking about sex, then you probably are a contributor to some of these statistics.
Oh, absolutely.
Because you have to be comfortable, especially if you're an auntie or auntie or a parent or have any influence over younger people, because really what should not be happening is 14-year-old sex of any kind, oral or otherwise. And so if people of our generation are uncomfortable with the conversation, whether you make it jokey or not, then you're going to be uncomfortable talking about it with a child. And therein lies the start of some bad habits that can grow and grow and grow.
Yes.
And we end up with too many visits to you.
Too many visits to me. And I really hate that. But it keeps me in business. So anyway, I say this because I say, hey, I have a master's in public health. I can do flu shots in Florida, the Bolivia virus in Bolivia. But y'all keep me with a job in HIV and STDs because everybody keeps doing it raw. Right here in the city of Chicago,
Ooh,
right?
baby, I like it raw.
Oh, baby, I like it raw. But, you always say the parents, right? And I'm looking at some of these parents on social media in the middle of fist fights with other women about men. I'm looking at the parents who are getting high with their children, right? Like if we're smoking weed together, we've already said, what did you say? When you're under the influence, you tend to do a bit more, right? So when you're under the influence, and now that weed is legal, and everything is a gummy, I'm scared to eat. I'm a fat girl, and I'm scared to eat certain desserts around my friends. I be like, look, can I eat this candy or not, right? I'm like, it has to be packaged. And then they're packaging things now too, so I'm nervous about that. But anyway, I just want to make sure that we get back to those tests. They are for younger people, and I love it when everybody comes to me and says, come talk to these kids. And I say, can I talk to their parents who are on baby daddy number 4 with 3 kids, and you're on baby daddy number 4, right? So those are the things and those are patterns that are learned. Just another thing to always remember, when you're in the mood and you're going forward and stuff, never go from anal to vaginal or from anal to oral. So that's another thing that we've had a couple of issues, right? Where fecal matter is getting into the mouth because of all of the different holes that you're trying, and then you like at the end, I'm a bust in the mouth or whatever, right? The other part, this is for everybody in this room within sound of my voice for what's in it for Black people media. You got it. What's in it for Black people media and everybody else. Move your toothbrushes. Studies have found that your toothbrush sitting too close to your toilet sprays.
Yeah.
Fecal matter sprays.
Wait a minute.
Every time you flush.
Black speak. First of all, girl, who got their toothbrush by the toilet?
Some people live in small places, right? Okay. Think about it. I just happen to be one of those people that, everybody doesn't have a powder room separate from their toilet room, Dawn Millhouse, like that their toilet is nowhere near their sink and or tub. It's a separate room. I'm not telling a business, but they business, right? But anyway, so if you live in a small apartment and everything and stuff, right, everybody's right-handed. Your toilet's on the right, your sink is right here, and they put their toothbrushes right here to the right. Every time that toilet flushes, it sprays. Like they've shown the studies. They've shown the red light, the ultraviolet
because
light.
my whole thing is I like to close the toilet because I just
Yes.
but part
Totally
of that
fair.
is Creole-ish. You like to do you know that?
Yeah, close the toilet thing. You know, if you have a dog, you always want that because you don't want them getting into, if you have a bigger dog, the toilet, the tidy bowl or whatever it's in there, whatever the toilet cleaning stuff, because they're just looking for some water. They're looking for something cold to drink. They don't care less. But just make sure that you move that because it's the fecal matter sprays, right?
And make sure you change your toothbrush often. You're not supposed to use the same toothbrush forever.
I know, because people have toothbrushes for a year. It really is 90 days, you all. And Dollar Tree has them. Dollar Tree has them for $1. You can
Speaking
get
of Dollar Tree, whole nother subject. Do you know they about to start doing they're gonna have some luxury Dollar Trees? I was like,
luxury Dollar
Okay,
Trees?
so first of all, as long as it's $1, because I am a very
no. Everything in
true
Dollar Tree ain't a dollar.
Right.
No. Everything in Dollar Tree. No, baby. I am a connoisseur on. I just got a master's in public health, but Dollar Tree, I am a professional on. Dollar General. General Dollar, Family Dollar, that's more than. But a Dollar Tree,
everything's a dollar.
Everything is $1. It has to be $1. So they tried that less than $1 row one time, baby. It didn't sell. But nobody going in that row because you get everything for $1. Now, Dollar Trees are very different in different neighborhoods. Let's be very clear.
Let's be really, really,
Very
really go to
clear.
Orland.
When I'm downstate, when we traveling. If I go downstate for something on business, I got to go to Springfield, go to one of my smaller cities and stuff to deal with their gonorrhea, chlamydia, and syphilis, because it's all up in that trucking line keeps us busy all up and down 55, 57. But their Dollar Trees, you get a whole new set of dishes. My boy was with me one time. He's like, "Oh, this is the magic shade. This is the good one. This is the this. You get secrets.
Yeah, because they used
you
to
get this
sell
and that."
knockoffs.
You got it. So yeah, as we talk about the toothbrushes, just make sure that you're updating your toothbrushes regularly because that's not it.
And make sure you update your friends about what's in it for the Black People Media.
Oh yeah,
okay,
very
because
good segue.
6 days a week. Yo, and that Go Ladies was
6 days a week?
It was so dope. Yeah.
I thought we were 5 days a week or Monday through Friday.
There's 2 shows on Saturday that I know of. Who knows? Maze is going to end up having.
We got new business.
Bishop
We got
Jackson
new
this month on Sundays.
Right.
But yeah, on Saturday there's 2 great shows, like Go Ladies and
what's in it for the
what
Black
is
people?
Minding Our Businesses.
Oh,
Black
it's a business show. Very
It
good.
is. The name alone was just like,
It is.
wow.
It
I was on the
is.
phone with somebody when it popped up, and I was like, now that's a show now.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And it was a
That's
good show.
one. Yeah.
And Tennille's voice, I'm going to be her manager because she could do voiceovers like Rick Party. Her voice was buttery. I was
Nice,
like,
nice.
And then I saw her brother in here talking, trying to get. I saw Maze in here with his sister.
I gotta do that. Yeah, Donnie
Boys
and
just
Osmond.
can't. Just can't let girls run the world.
Just can't. Was it Donnie and Marie Osmond? Right.
Yeah.
Who else? Janet and Michael
Ashford
Jackson.
and some,
No, they are not brother and sister.
No, they're married, and they performed at Lisa Ray's wedding because I was there. Stay with
always
us.
drop.
We'll be right back.
WIIFTBP.
Funeral expenses are costly. The Casket Store wants to help you save hundreds of dollars. You do not have to purchase a casket from the funeral home. Call now for a free in-home consultation. Call 773-445-6900. 773-445-6900.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your Black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday. Boys, step aside. The Radio Rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIIFTBP.
I like that. I was thinking that Esco would come back with Wu-Tang. Ooh, baby, I like it. Oh. But anyway, welcome back. You tuned into the Book of Dawn right here from What's in It for the Black People Media Studios. As always, the super producer, Lisa E., Esco, Ron Rilla, and on Mondays, we talk about sex with Gina. I have learned some stuff today, even at 54, and a know-it-all, because I probably know a lot. You know, the Book of Dawn is in the
I
lost
know you know
books.
a lot of people.
You know, the Book of Dawn is a lost book of the Bible. Right? I'm just telling you.
That's the lost book of the Bible.
I'm just saying, it's lost books. Let me find out. I was picking off olive trees with Jesus, God. Gina, I would like I know you work for the state? Is your office a statewide?
I left the county.
Okay.
In June,
Okay.
I now have my own agency.
Can you
I have a
tell
state contract.
people where
Nephews.
can people contact you directly?
Absolutely.
And
You
how
can
would they
always
do that?
You can always go to Monday Night Mingle. That's the public persona. That's the page for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I work with people who have HIV. So while Nephews, NEFUSC, has a page, it's mostly for people who are already infected. Monday Night Mingle is for people who are still negative and or infected, but still want to know how to have safer sex.
Okay.
How not to spread the virus, right? Everybody's always worried about the people who are, catching it and stuff, right? So we always look at the people who are infected and how not to spread it. So you can always go to Monday Night Mingle.
Is that on Instagram?
That's on Instagram and on Facebook.
Okay.
MondayNightMingle.com, all spelled correctly. None of that cutesy stuff, right? Monday Night Mingle, spelled correctly, and you can follow us there, and you can always inbox me. I have staff who are going to always make sure that, if something comes into the page, they're like, hey, answer that, and we find a way to answer it. And if you have people, we have people all the time who need to get tested, need to get their status updated, right? So confidentiality is our business. So we don't have no money to be paying $10,000 per person
for liability,
so you
right?
Got it. Nobody's telling your business, but what we do is connect you to where the nearest place in your area.
Gotcha.
Because everybody isn't going to come to where I am, right? So I used to be at the county, and some people was like, I want to come there, and they can. They always can. So we had people who came there, but for the most part, because what's in it for Black People Media is all over. Mm-hmm. We want you connect me and I will find what's in your area that's publicly funded. You do not have to pay, no questions asked, and you can get your status updated.
Oh, good. And do you do ever, if somebody that works with a mentoring program, or do you do guest speaking? And they would contact you on that page as well.
Contact me on that page, or go to, you can always use my phone number, 773-392-7286. Again,
can you put it in the
Absolutely.
link?
I'll put it in the link. And you can just book Gina. So there's a booking page. There's a link that takes you to book me. It shows you where my calendar is and what the fees are, because of course I'm not publicly funded. And so I can always do the speaking engagements. I come out, I talk to any demographic. You just got to give me the demographics, because everyone wants to talk to the kids. And I'm like, do you know the changes that we've really made by talking to the parents?
Mm-hmm. Facts. That's what I was alluding to when
I always say
you can't be shy about it.
You got it. I mean, I'm fabulous at 53, but I'm 53 and I'm maternal. I don't even have kids, but I'm maternal to them, right? So I have a group of younger people that I set them up with everything they need to talk to each other. But I can always direct the path. And like, let me talk to the parents who. You have Ron Rilla in the bedroom. Y'all both walking in to use the toothbrush.
Ron, she all in your bedroom.
To use the toothbrush. How do you have a 19-year-old in the house and people, because they're 18 now, they're 19 now, but you're fostering a situation that he's the current boyfriend, that you all are both, your toothbrushes are connecting because he gets up every morning and walks out the house. But that's a different kind of conversation. But you can always go to Monday Night Mingle. And again, no judgment. We're just talking about ways to stay safe. So when people are always like, I don't do that or don't let that happen, I always say, I don't care how you do it. I just want you to do it safely and not end up on this side of my roster.
Yeah. Again, I appreciate that, because the point is if you can talk to them about the danger of drugs and cocaine, then you factually should talk to them about the dangers in sex.
In sex.
Definitely.
In sex, right?
Yeah.
And people just think HIV. Child, HIV, I promise you. And when I diagnose you, I can get you on medication. You'll live a long, healthy life, right? There's so many other factors, though, that happen with it that we don't discuss. And there's so many other things that we need to really talk about when you're talking about sex. Not just, we got the STI part down pat. We can treat you. We can, We don't have treatment. I mean, we don't have a cure for herpes. We don't have a cure. We have a vaccine, though, for hepatitis B and A, but we don't have it for C, but it's curable.
Yeah.
It's curable, right? So we know we can cure your hep C. So we have those things.
On some conspiracy theories, though, they got a cure for all this shit. That's a whole nother
That's
subject.
what we say, but hey, we're in an interventive society. What do I tell you? They won't pay for my gym membership, but they'll pay for my cardiac rehab.
Right, just drink some bleach, it'll cure everything.
Those
says
been
the
the
other
best.
says
Right.
petty number one.
Yeah.
So
not Lisa.
Nah,
the real
I didn't
person
say
that
right.
said
Yeah,
it.
the real
And I love Clorox in my granny voice. Clorox. That's black speak.
That's
but not to drink it. You don't
No,
want
I
that
don't
as
drink
your.
it. But I
Right.
love the smell of it. Smell clean. If I come in there
I like
and
the
smell
smell of
Clorox
it,
or
but
pine,
yeah,
so I'm
not-
like, this is a clean place.
Yeah, but I don't want a Clorox malt,
As
Clorox
usual,
malt.
thank you, Gina. Make certain that you put all of that information in the thread.
I will.
I want to make sure that we
And I'm
dispel the myth that you can't talk about sex, and it can be gross and friendly and freaky and all that. But the point is we need to be healthy, and if crack is whack, then so is STI and
Absolutely.
HIV. Here's two things. Don't compromise your self-respect. Never kiss an ass that's shitting on you. Just we talked about. I'm just saying. Don't stop kissing ass people that shit on you. Okay, you might get the STI.
That might be on some post today, so I'm borrowing that today.
You got it.
And since we're talking about sex, don't let great sex confuse you and make you feel like you're in love. It's just a feeling, y'all. It's not real. You have been tuned into the Book of Dawn on What's in It for the Black People Media. We are here Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Don't be confused. When we're not here, is other great stuff happening. Thank you for spending a little time with us. I double dog dare you to use your voice to be an impact. Have a super day. Tune in tomorrow for the next page. Yep.
Teddy, hey, jam. Oh, jam.
To the Book of Dawn, peace.
Gosh, Teddy.
And roll Tide.
WIIFTB.